we have item 1, which is our COVID-19 update. Time has been set aside for an update on COVID-19 emergency. The way I'm going to organize this particular item is we are going to have updates and give direction to the city manager on a couple of issues. And then we're going to invite Dr. Cullen to give a presentation and update on the COVID numbers, the health of our local hospitals and emergency rooms and ICUs, and then we're going to open it up for further discussion. The first item that I want to make sure that we give direction to our city manager on is direction on transit fares. This is a conversation that Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, as well as other council colleagues, have been at the forefront of. December 31st is the date that we had previously voted on to keep free fares for our transit system for our community and visitors that come to Tucson. I would like to request from my council colleagues that we extend that time frame to June of 2022. I believe the vice mayor has sent a memo to our city manager closely related to that request. So Vice Mayor, it's your floor, and then hopefully you can give us a motion to direct the city manager to extend the time frame.
Thank you, Mayor. Just to give folks a brief background, at the beginning of the pandemic, with all of my colleagues' support here on the council, we moved forward with suspending transit fares in March of 2020. And through subsequent actions, we've maintained, transit fares have been free to the public. And so, like you mentioned, to the end of this year, I just want to make sure that part of the extension included a plan for how we would continue a fare-free transit program. And so the direction that I'm giving is, moving that the city manager extend the suspension of transit fares until June 30th, 2022, and return to mayor and council during the 2022-2023 budget discussions with options for a more permanent fare-free transit system.
That is a motion. Do I have a second?
I'll second that motion.
Okay, so there's a second for the motion. Any further discussion? What I do want to make sure that we also give direction on to our city manager about is that in order to be able to move forward with a much more permanent free fare option, I deeply believe that a conversation with the University of Arizona and Pima College, other employers in the region, as well as Pima County and school districts, be invited to be part of finding a way to fund this free option for transit fares to remain free. I think it's for the benefit of our entire community, and I could see how school districts and the University of Arizona and Pima College and their students could take full advantage of this possibility, as well as other employers in our community. So if we can include that, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, in the direction to explore the partnership of these other jurisdictions and companies to hopefully involve them in making this a permanent solution.
I completely agree.
Alrighty, so I have two hands up, Councilmember Fimbres and Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I agree, and I was going to make the motion to extend the fares. I talked to the city manager, and we've been working on this for many years. Get the fare box. We have the lowest fare box in the country when we were charging things. I want to make sure that when we have to go back to charging, that it still sits at that old original fare. But we want transit and the city manager to work on this and come up with a real feasible plan for us. That's my folks use the bus for going to the doctors, getting groceries, and going for work. So it's a necessity, not a means, because they can't afford to fix their cars right now. So I second the motion. I agree. We need to talk to the school districts, the university, and see what other players we can bring into our thing when we go back to charging fares. Also, Madam Mayor, we've been working on security and safety of the bus drivers. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. In hearing all of you talk, and Councilmember Finbryce just touched on it, I wanted to also make sure that the security element is somehow included in the plan. I've heard of instances with our bus drivers and just the public in general, so I think that's really important, especially if we're going to talk to school districts on those synergies that could be achieved, that we're really also integrating security into that. Thank you, Mayor.
Absolutely. Any other comments? Alrighty. So there is a motion and a second on the floor. Mr. Manager, did you want to include anything, or are you good with the direction given?
No, ma'am, I'm clear on the direction. Thank you.
So all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. The next piece of decision making we also have to give is that at the start of the pandemic, the mayor and council were very, very clear in terms of what our intention was as a city in terms of evictions in City of Tucson properties and multi-housing apartment complexes. I know that Councilmember Finbryce wanted to make a motion to extend the eviction moratorium that we've placed. So Councilmember Finbryce, it's your floor.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. City of Tucson's housing unit eviction moratorium. Affordable housing is an important issue that the mayor and council in our city faces, and this is not the time to end the city's eviction moratorium on city-owned and operated housing units, which is set to expire Friday, December 31st, 2021. I move that the mayor and council direct staff, the city manager to direct HED and the staff to continue the moratorium until June 2022, June 30th. And have it back. Michael, can you do that? I think we discussed it yesterday. You said you could prepare it in the budget. So I move it to June 30th, 2022 to make sure there is enough time to look at what's going on with the pandemic. We see a new epidemic, Mayor, rising. We gotta be ready for it and we plan ahead. That's my motion. Is there a second?
Second.
So there's a motion and a second on the floor. Mr. Manager, did you have any input or feedback on that?
No, Mayor, thank you for the opportunity. I'm clear on the motion and we can make that happen. If we should run into an issue between now and June, we will certainly bring it back to you for consideration. But at this point, I know that our housing folks are prepared for this through June.
Excellent. Councilmember Kozachik?
I just wanted to give high marks to Representative Grijalva's office for the advocating for the ERAP funds. The letter that we received today, another, what is it, $24 million or something. So for the city of Tucson, so
Yes.
I agree, Madam Mayor. Congressman Grove's done an outstanding job helping us with this issue.
Absolutely, absolutely. I did want to make sure that I give a little bit of space to Liz Morales, Director of Housing Community Development. If you wanted to add anything, Liz, congratulations for your hard work. Working with Pima County, Congressman Grijalva, and other congressional offices to make sure that we bring additional funds to the community. So it's your floor if you want to add anything on this particular issue.
Madam Mayor, thank you for the opportunity. Just want to say I also thank Congressman Grijalva's office. This money is needed. We're very close to expending our second tranche of funds for the ERAP program. So this is timely and hopefully we will get those funds soon. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Liz. So there's a motion on the floor, a second. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Well, thank you so much. I wanted to make sure that we started off our meeting with giving direction on these really valuable investments that mayor and council have chosen to do for our community. And thank all of those, especially the city manager and his team, for helping us figure out the way of doing this. So with that, I just wanted to also give the floor to our Pima County Health Department Director, Dr. Cullen, so that she can join us and give us a presentation about COVID-19 and the Omicron variant and anything else that you'd like to share with us, Dr. Cullen. Thank you so much for making the time to come and talk to us.
Oh, you're welcome. I actually have a slide deck that I can send you guys later. I'm just going to briefly go pretty rapidly through some data, and then I can take questions. I do have to be off at 3:30 to meet with our administrator. So with COVID-19, Pima County, we remain in high transmission. We had 343 cases reported in the last 24 hours, over almost 2,500 in the last 7 days. Our case rate per 100,000 has dropped, but that is deceptive in my opinion, and it reflects the fact that we have some decreased testing. Over 3,000 deaths, 95% vaccination for people 65 and over, 67% for eligible 5 years and over. Dr. Garcia and I were just actually looking at these numbers. There's the belief that we could probably take about 5% of that vaccination out because of people that don't live here and have gotten vaccinated, the vaccinations we did at Lukeville and at other places. But even with that, we're still around 62 to 63% of people eligible. We've given 1.5 million shots. Our positivity is 12%. I will say from a vaccination perspective, we continue to do really well at TCC, between 500 and 700, at Abrams between 500 and 700. We've seen those numbers stabilize, if not increase, and that's really been positive for us in terms of believing that people are seeking boosters. For a while, those were 300 or 400 at each site a day. So we've almost seen a doubling of them. Let me talk briefly about Omicron, just because I know it's on people's minds. I believe Dr. Garcia shared this morning, we are aware of a cluster of Omicron in the county. That we haven't shared a lot with. We probably won't share a lot of information on that, but it was a rapidly progressing cluster, meaning from the time the first person got infected, within 2 to 3 days, there were a significant number of people infected. You've seen the Omicron data for other jurisdictions. Before this cluster, we had only had 1 confirmed and 1 probable case. Because we are concerned we might be missing that, we have actually increased funding to Paradigm to do additional PCR testing on people that are coming in for antigens, and have worked with TGen up in NAU so that we will have at least 50 additional samples going every day up there to get viral sequencing. We have no reason to think we don't have it here, but we don't have the data to confirm it, though we believe that this cluster that we are seeing was contacted from the general community, that was the beginning of it. So I think that that's important to note, and it would be consistent with our epi curve, which, as you know, used to go down and up, and now it just goes flat and across. From the hospital, and I wasn't on the whole Board of Supervisors call, but I did hear that TMC and Banner presented, and TMC reached out to me yesterday. We have 6, this morning we had 6 ICU beds. Recall that 4 of them were at the VA, so they're eligible for non-veterans, but they're preferentially reserved for veterans, but we are able to use them. 55% of the ventilators in use are in use by COVID patients, and approximately 40% of the ICU beds. The number of people we have in the hospital right now is around 363. I think that's the latest number. We have been all the way up to 410. So one could postulate that that's a difference of 50 people in the hospital, but it hasn't made any difference because we have so many people in the hospital that are non-COVID. So basically what's happened is at one point this week in the state, there were 110 people in emergency rooms waiting admission. And we are hearing reports of people in ERs being intubated, being proned. You'll remember that proning, and having such a long stay in the ER that they're extubated because they've been in the ER 3 to 4 days before they can get an ICU bed. So it's very disconcerting. The hospitals are really, in my opinion, very close to crisis standards of care. As a result, we've been working with the hospitals as much as we can. The mask decision today was driven a lot, or that mask recommendation was driven a lot, as you know, Supervisor Hines, who works in the hospital, who has firsthand knowledge of that. And we have been working with the first responders, with Dr. Gaither, who is the TFD medical advisor, and we have a plan to connect in the first of the year to see if there's any other ways we can help do some pilot studies about offloading from the 911 calls that went at the time of transport into the hospitals. In terms of vaccination and risk, we know that unvaccinated are 4 times more likely to get COVID, 15 times more likely to die. I think that I didn't hear the president's address either, and so I don't know if I think that they're using those numbers though. The schools, over 8,000 cases. We are working, just so you know, the current administration talked about this, as did the CDC director. We are working on test to mask and stay. We put a draft out to all the school superintendents. We did that the week before they closed, so like the week, like around the 17th. We've given ourselves the latitude to totally flesh that out by next week. We expect to have that in place when the schools come back. It will allow, up till now, our testing to stay required the whole class to be masked. Obviously, we're hoping that now happens because of what just transpired today with the board, but we have put in place a way where if you are a contact, you will be able to stay as long as we can test you hopefully 3 times, day 1, 3, and 5 or 7. And we will work with the schools to make sure that they are okay with that. As far as testing, you guys know we did expand testing. I talked briefly about the expanded PCR testing. CDC came out yesterday and said that they will be supporting jurisdiction-based increased testing. So we've reached out to them. We haven't heard back yet. My guess is they're being inundated with people needing that help, but we would hope to do that. ASU contract was extended by the state through January, so we know that Elletown will continue to test there. And I think that is the vast amount of things. And we estimate that approximately, we think 32% of people have gotten boosted. Obviously, we need that to be 100%. And at this point, everybody except the 5 to 11 should be eligible for a booster. Well, the 16, 17. So we're really hoping that we'll be able to see increased boosting. So.
Thank you, Dr. Cullen. I really appreciate it. I have a couple of my colleagues on the council that had questions. Councilmember Cunningham and then Councilmember Fimbres.
Hi, Dr. Cullen. I caught part of Dr. Garcia's briefing this morning on Zoom. Actually, I think I was watching it on Facebook Live, but I don't think that really matters. I had a couple follow-up questions, and truth be told, I want to publicly commend Supervisor Christie. He did a good job in answering some of the questions I had I wanted to ask the same question, so I wanted to at least give him a shout out. I know everybody's kind of mad at each other right now, so I thought it'd be a nice thing to do today to say that, and it's true. But so I wanted to say that, but I also wanted to ask a couple follow-ups. Do we have any statistics that disambiguate the boosted and the non-boosted? And what percentage of breakout cases, it doesn't necessarily need to be Omicron, it could be Delta or one of the alpha-rated variants, but do we have any statistics on the effectiveness of the boosters? Because I'm just go from there and just kind of let me know what's going on with that.
No, we don't. And it is a great question. We may, by the end of this month, we look at our breakthrough cases on a month-by-month basis. So in October and November, we were unable to figure out who got boosters or not. And that is because the state immunization registry, I know this is hard to believe, but they couldn't figure out what was a third dose, and many third doses got reattributed as a first dose to that same person. They have now worked that out, and we hope that by December we will do that. The one thing that I think is interesting, though, is that between October and November, our breakthrough cases, you'll remember our breakthrough cases numbers went up, but the percentage of those that occurred in vaccinated was basically the same. So 26 to 28% of breakthrough cases in October, and then repeatedly in November, we saw that same number. What we may see with Omicron, and this is why this will be an important fact, is whether that number goes up a lot in December. And that should give us some indication. But for October and November, we were unable, all we knew people were fully vaccinated. That's all we could figure out. We couldn't figure out whether they had or not.
So the way I'm hearing it is that 25% of our cases, our total cases were 26 to 28%, like you said, of our cases in October and November were breakthrough cases of fully not vaccinated folks. And we have no idea what percentage of that 26 to 28% were boosted.
Right.
Or had been vaccinated. Because the way I'm understanding it, and I'm not a physician. The way I'm understanding it is that the original vaccination, the first 2 doses, has a lifespan, if you will. And after some time, it wanes a bit. And so if you're boosted, you're offering yourself some extra protection. Am I saying that right? Again,
yeah.
I'm not.
No, you're totally right. And what we saw when we look at our breakthrough cases for October, we did a more in-depth analysis, and it turned out those breakthroughs, we didn't see any before somebody was 5 months post-vaccination, but we started seeing it at 5 months. And that's where you may have heard there's been some dialogue, should boosting happen earlier? And that's not based on our data, that's based on national data. So is it possible that instead of waiting 6 full months, you should get boosted at 5 months? But right now it's 6 months, and we are compliant with the FDA and the CDC regulation for that.
Well, whoever's doing the counting or the statistic taking as we kind of do our tallies, we really try, especially with Omicron coming in, we really want to, it would probably be really helpful to disambiguate between vaccinated and boosted, because I think that's going to help us, or even have a slot in the form that says when their last booster was. So, if you got your second dose in July, obviously you haven't even met the time frame necessary to get boosted yet. But if you got your second dose in, say, March, and then got boosted in, say, October, that's a different thing. So I just want to, that's kind of the data that I'd like to see, not trying to backseat drive. I know you guys have already thought about this, but just
but we will do that. I have 1 more minute, Mayor Romero. I'm being told I have to go.
Yeah, no, I was going to say, Councilmember Fimbres, if you can.
I can do real quick, Madam Mayor. Madam, Dr. Cullen, thank you for your service and your service to our Pima County and to the city of Tucson and the state of Arizona. But I also want to thank you. But I also want to know, is vaccinating and masking still the best plan to prevent COVID from affecting you and your families?
Yes. Vaccinating, get a booster if you're fully vaccinated. If you're not fully vaccinated, get fully vaccinated, and then wear a mask. And I think also it's a key thing.
Dr. Collin, this is also the holiday season, and there's going to be a lot of family gatherings. So what's the best thing for a family this holiday that's coming this Saturday, Friday?
So if you're gathering, make sure everybody's vaccinated. many people are now recommending that you test within 24 hours, even if you're fully vaccinated. And, we have Binex now available at the libraries and still at Abrams tomorrow if people need a test kit for free. And then if anybody's sick, don't go near anyone. Stay home, even if you just have a cold. I mean, I think what happens is people think that, well, I just have a sniffle. A sniffle can be enough to get you in trouble. And to be, especially with Omicron, just so you know, with Omicron, what we're seeing is people with very, what we would call limited symptoms, and they are contagious, and they're highly contagious. And then if you're worried at all, wear a mask at home, in the house. So.
Thank you, Doctor.
Thank you so much for your time and the information. Happy holidays and stay healthy and safe.
Yeah.
Thank you so much.
Thanks you guys for inviting me. I really appreciate it.
I appreciate you. Thank you.
Great. Bye.
I know that Mr. Rankin wanted to clarify a little bit on the action and decision taken by the Board of Supervisors today regarding their mask mandate. Mr. Attorney, would you like to update us on the action taken by them and what it means for the city of Tucson and the businesses here and et cetera, et cetera?
Well, thank you, Mayor, and Dr. Cullen touched on it, and Councilmember Cunningham referenced it, the Board of Supervisors action earlier today in reinstating, I'll say, the prior mask requirements. And as came up last time, there were questions about, well, does it only apply in unincorporated county areas or countywide, including the incorporated area of the city of Tucson? The order, the resolution and its requirements as approved by the Board of Supervisors applies both in the incorporated city of Tucson and the unincorporated areas of Pima County. And it goes back to a very similar requirement as to what was approved on the county level. The initial round we went through with the mask requirements. It applies to establishments that are open to the public and that are indoors. And it requires those establishments to provide free face coverings to their employees and to have them available for patrons as well. It includes the same list of exemptions. So for children under 5 years old and people who have certain medical conditions, et cetera, remain exempt from those requirements. What will be interesting over time will be compliance and enforcement, which we've been through that before. We also now live in a world where there's additional statutory provisions that were enacted by the legislature and went into effect in September of this year that make it such that businesses can't be compelled to comply with local mask requirements. So we'll have to see how that all plays out. But yes, the board's action as taken today applies not just in unincorporated, but incorporated areas of Pima County. I'll be happy to send out a copy of the resolution and the County Board of Supervisors agenda materials that summarize it to the Mayor and Council. And as you have questions and they come up, I'll do my best to answer them.
Thank you, Mike, and thank you all. We're moving on to the next item on the agenda. Oh, I'm sorry. Councilmember Fimbres and Councilmember Lee, will your hands up for this particular, for questions on this item? Okay, let's go with Councilmember Lee.
Mayor, I just want to make sure Mr. Rankin is going to send us those copies of the documents that we just talked about.
Yes, he just said he would. Councilmember Lee, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. Super quick question. I think that Dr. Cullen touched on it, but this will also apply to schools. Is that accurate, Mr. Rankin?
I will confirm with the county that was the intention, but it's any indoor place open to the public or or to a segment of the public. It includes businesses, venues, and any establishment where people assemble or members of the general public may enter, including schools. So yes, it's stated plainly in the resolution itself.
Excellent. Well, thank you so much. Really appreciate it. We are moving on to item 2. I have requested time for discussion on the city's living wage ordinance. And what I wanted to do, since it's a complex discussion with a lot of detail and information, is basically talk about, organize the item, talk about the living wage ordinance first, and then move into the conversation on city works public projects, publicly funded projects. Fundamentally, both of these items are about holding those that contract with the city of Tucson to the same standard that we hold ourselves. The living wage ordinance, as you might recall, was adopted by previous mayor and council action. I believe that action was taken, if I'm correct, in 2000, Mr. Rankin. I don't know if you have the exact date, but the current living wage ordinance rates are at $10.39 an hour if health insurance benefits are offered, and $11.62 per hour if health insurance benefits are not offered. Last year, as we all know, mayor and council passed a $15 minimum wage for city workers, which has already gone into effect. So I think it's prudent for the city to proceed with updating our living wage ordinance to mirror the $15 minimum wage for city workers to any of our contractors, and those includes goods and services. This mayor and council has a deep history of taking care of City of Tucson employees and City of Tucson workers and taking care of our community. And so I just believe that the initiation of this conversation is important because there are some concerns that have been brought to my attention. But just to take a walk down memory lane, past mayor and council policies that we've passed are preference points awarded to women and minority-owned businesses during the procurement process. That particular policy was repealed by voters of Arizona back in 2010. Voters passed Proposition 107. It was called the Affirmative Action Amendment, which banned preferential treatment to any individual or group based on race, sex, color, ethnicity, or national origin. And so that was repealed. That action that mayor and council took was repealed in 2010. The city of Tucson also passed an apprenticeship program. In other words, via ordinance, the city of Tucson required certain prime contractors who were awarded city contracts to make a contribution to a specified percentage to an approved Department of Labor recognized apprenticeship program. That particular policy, and that passed back in 2007, that particular policy was repealed by the state legislature. They passed legislation prohibiting such practices and preempted the city of Tucson, which, by the way, I think if you recall, Mike Rankin, the state legislature, the state sued the city of Tucson for this policy on the grounds that it violated the state gift clause. So the policy was ultimately discontinued in the city of Tucson. So I just wanted to talk about those particular actions that previous mayor and councils took, because we have always had conversations about how to manage the investment of taxpayer dollars into our workers in our community. And so part of the discussion today is also about concerns regarding city-funded public works project. This issue came to my attention after hearing feedback from several community members about concerning practices of public works projects. One concern is cash pay. Payment to workers that is completely off the books and subsequently not subject to appropriate taxes. So when a construction worker is paid cash, that construction company is avoiding paying Medicare taxes, Social Security taxes, unemployment insurance, etc. The other big issue that's happening throughout our city, that workers are misclassified. In other words, a construction company is paying a worker as an independent contractor with a 1099 form as opposed to a W-2 employee form in order to avoid, again, payroll taxes. This also leaves the employee having to pay all appropriate taxes come tax season. So these practices are concerning, not just from the standpoint of protecting workers' rights, but they're also costing the city of Tucson money. If a contractor is charging the city X amount for a job, maybe say $5 million, they stand to make a profit by cutting their labor costs through misclassification of their employees. And the contractor is able to pocket the surplus and then leave the tax paying to the worker. So what I'd like to, the second piece of the conversation, what I'd like to do is give additional direction to our business services department to explore strategies to promote the payment of living wages on public works projects, and also to protect workers from misclassification and cash pay. I'm going to open up the discussion for my colleagues, but I would want our city attorney to just, give us a little bit of information on the living wage, Mr. Rankin, and then a conversation on how would we be able to, as a city, regulate these types of concerns in terms of cash pay and worker misclassification, and any preemption strategies that the state legislature has jumped ahead in terms of these types of issues for cities and towns to deal with.
Well, thank you, Mayor. And you've done a very accurate summary of prior history and actions relating to these efforts. One small correction, I think the living wage ordinance was first implemented in 2003, but it has not been adjusted or amended since 2015 with respect to what the living wage requirement is. And you accurately described the fact that in that passage of time now, we actually have a living wage requirement where the wage is less than what is already required under both the state and the local minimum wage. So it's really not adding anything at this time. So if it is adjusted as you've described, then yes, that would have the effect of updating the previous living wage ordinance to require that higher wage to be paid in the context of the contracts to which it applies. As you referenced, preemption is an issue, and it's particularly an issue with respect to contracts that relate to construction and design services. And state law continues to preempt requiring what in that context is called a prevailing wage versus a living wage of the same type that we have since 2003 required in the context of contracts for services, so non-construction, non-design types of contracts. In terms of ideas for strategies to address the very issues you've brought up, Mayor, relating to cash pay or off the books pay and or misclassification of employees as ways of getting around, if you will, the payment of required wages and taxes. What I suggest is that we revise our contract language in particular to require the vendors that are doing business with the city through contracts with the city that they not only have the responsibility to ensure that all persons working as part of that project for which that contract applies are paid appropriately, but that we include certain reporting requirements so that we can actually track and have evidence of the fact that the vendor is being responsible. One thing I will note is that when we amended the living wage ordinance back in 2015, we specified that it didn't apply just to the contractor, but subcontractors that are hired under the main contract. So it would extend to both those levels. The preemption issue I've already described. I'm in terms of any legislative strategies, I leave that to you as legislative body in terms of giving direction to our lobbyists, both internal and potentially external, to see if there are any opportunities to address some of these preemption issues statewide with new legislation to modify those requirements, particularly in light of the fact that Arizona voters have approved a higher minimum wage statewide, and as part of that action included even more progressive wage requirements at the local level. So with that additional information, I hand it back to you, Mayor.
Thank you so much, Mr. Rankin. So I'm going to have two motions that I'm going to request my colleagues to consider. The first piece, and then we can have a conversation about this, is that I'd like to entertain a motion to update the rates paid in our living wage ordinance such that if health insurance is provided, the contractor pays no less than 50% of the premium. The living wage rate should be set at $15 per hour. If health insurance is not provided, the rate should be set at $16.50 per hour. Finally, so that we're not stuck in this particular position again, that analysis of the living wage rates should be included in the annual market study to determine whether it's appropriate to adjust the rates in the future. So if I get entertain a motion, please.
So moved, Mayor.
Second.
There's a motion and a second, and I do see Councilmember Kozachik's hand up. Go ahead.
Just to clarify and then ask your question, that's for city contractors.
Yes.
Yeah, so we're not going into Joe's Bar and Grill down the street with that. For Mike Rankin, so this whole discussion about preemption comes up every time. In the way similar to how we crafted our, I'm being careful with my words, crafted our use agreements for city facilities and certain requirements for activities that happen on those sites. Don't we similarly have the authority to say these are city contracts and the state has no voice in preempting the terms and conditions of city contracts?
I completely understand how you're framing the question and the example you give. The answer is unfortunately going to be no. I mean, we can make that argument, but that argument has already lost, including in some of the litigation that we were involved in and that the mayor described, including our efforts at a local preference.
Yeah, but that was a gift. That was clearly a gift clause argument that Goldwater made, and this would not be that.
There were more than just the gift clause arguments at issue in that case, but the case law is quite clear, at least on this remaining preemption on the prevailing wage.
Okay, thanks.
Councilmember Fimbres?
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Mike, does the Flagstaff court action potentially enter into this discussion? 1487 issue.
Councilmember Fimbres, I don't think so. The Flagstaff court action deals with the state's attempt to impose an assessment or penalty on Flagstaff for their higher local minimum wage. And as we've discussed in prior council meetings, we're participating in that litigation now that we have a local minimum wage requirement as well. It's in our best interest to support Flagstaff's position, which actually we joined in support of staff even before the public voted on it. But I see them as separate issues.
Okay, thank you. And does Proposition 206 pass in 2021? And the state's Proposition 206 dealing with Arizona's minimum wage not circumvent any living wage ordinance?
It doesn't circumvent it. They can operate consistently with one another. So, for example, as the mayor was pointing out, our living wage ordinance that's in place is already out of date because the living wage it requires is already less than what the state law and now the local law require. So they can still live together in harmony without being in conflict with one another. The state minimum wage will apply statewide. The city's local minimum wage will apply citywide. And then in the context of contracts that are subject to the living wage requirement, then it'll be this additional level of required wages.
Thank you, Michael. I appreciate it. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you. So any other discussion from my colleagues? If not, I'd like to call the question. Alrighty. So all those in favor of the motion, please indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. The second piece of the conversation is the cash pay and misclassification of workers that are contracted and paid with City of Tucson taxpayer funds. So with that, I'd like to give direction to our city attorney and our city manager and our business services department, if I may entertain a motion that gives direction to our business services department to revise our contracts in order to hold contractors responsible for ensuring that all workers employed under a city contract are actually paid minimum wages as required by state law or local laws, to ensure that all workers are properly classified, and to set penalties for violations if appropriate and possible. That Business Services Department is further directed to work with stakeholders to create payroll reporting requirements that will assist enforcement efforts. That gives direction to staff to amend our living wage ordinance to expressly prohibit the misclassification of workers and cash pay practices. And then third, that we explore other strategies to promote the payment of living wages on public works projects that do not conflict with state law.
I'll second. Or I'll make a motion. What do you need a motion?
Yeah.
I'll second.
There's a motion and a second, and Councilmember Cunningham, your floor.
Just kind of what we talked about, Mayor, is there's one nuanced thing here that I think we need to be aware of, and that is on the contracts for like really small items. I'm talking contracts of under $25,000 or so, where it's one person doing it. And now we don't afford some of our startup contractors, our single proprietor businesses that are kind of starting out, the opportunity to get city contracts because they have not done all the things to be compliant with this wage because they may only have one employee and are owner operated. So for me, that's the one piece here I just want us to be aware of when we bring it back, is that you know, if we have someone who does the floors at one of the buildings, or we have someone who does is resurfacing a part of a basketball court where there's a wet spot or whatever, and it's a single proprietor business, they can't get frozen out of that process. And I'm not saying that this will freeze them out of that process. I just don't, I wanted there to be clarity that they won't be. And that's kind of where I'm coming from on this one. So I was hoping that we could have something where we'd put a basement on the amount of a contract. So if it's a smaller contract where it would be a single person doing the work, then and they want to be part of the city too, and part of the groups that get awarded this work, that they should be able to be eligible to do that. So that was kind of my one piece.
Yeah, just wanted to kind of tap into, I see Mike Rankin is thinking. Mike, is there a particular threshold when we do procurement services on these types of smaller contracts?
So Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, there are some thresholds throughout the procurement code that kick in for different purposes, and contracts that are for less than $100,000 are considered small purchases, and they have a more relaxed procedure for their award. And one of the things that our procurement folks do is try to make sure there's advertisement of those types of opportunities, particularly for local firms, when they are in fact small purchases, because we have more flexibility there. But I think your question was getting towards, in terms of the very small contracts. Are you suggesting then that the living wage amount would not apply in certain contexts?
Well, look, I don't want to be the one saying that we shouldn't have the living wage. But I'm saying if we've got a person where it's two people and their partners and the business is owned, they're not going to be really able to document their 1099, their proper W-2 or their 1099, or if it's family owned, or if it, and so that's kind of or if it's a single proprietor who brings on people only for this one job. Those aren't permanent employees. And so that's why I'm saying we have to have a threshold that applies. I mean, it's okay for our contractors to get subs, and if they're getting employees of another firm, but we're going to be going down some rabbit holes here, unintended.
So
totally.
Are you not talking about the living wage, but mostly talking about the second motion, which would be, directing staff to set penalties for cash pay or 1099? Is that what it is? Do you want to create like a threshold of any project?
Yeah, I just think we should, because I'm really worried about penalizing folks that are trying to just doing their best to be a part of this. So that's kind of my piece.
Construction company that's trying to, compete for City of Tucson jobs. Mr. Rankin, I don't think it's the living wage that Councilmember Cunningham is concerned about. I think it's more the second piece.
Mayor and Councilmember Cunningham, I get it, and I think we can accommodate the issue, particularly with respect to sole proprietors, where the reporting requirements, et cetera, wouldn't need to be as rigorous.
Yeah, I think that's fair. I think that's fair. But, just to put context to this conversation in terms of the projects that are happening here in the City of Tucson, there are, out of 104 projects, there are 14 that are federally funded and they use Davis-Bacon wages, right? That's $35 million. There's 90 that are City of Tucson funded projects, and that to the tune of $246 million. And so I'm thinking much bigger projects. So I have no issue, Councilmember Cunningham, with putting a bit of a threshold just to make sure that we're encouraging small, locally owned construction companies to be able
I think
to.
100K, if 100K is already in the code, I think that sounds about right. We're not going to have that many jobs under 100K that are going to require multiple full-time employees. We're just not, are we?
That's fine. Councilmember Kozachik and then Councilmember Fimbres.
Yeah, could you reread the motion, the entire second part of that motion, and then I'll have a question. I want to make sure I'm understanding it before I ask the question.
Sure. That mayor and council give direction to business services department to revise our contracts in order to hold contractors responsible for ensuring that all workers employed under city contracts are actually paid minimum wages as required by state or local laws, to ensure that all workers are properly classified, and to set penalties for violations if possible and legal. That business services department is further directed to work with stakeholders to create payroll reporting requirements that will assist in enforcement efforts. That gives direction to staff to amend our living wage ordinance to expressly prohibit the misclassification of workers and cash pay practices, and that it explore other strategies to promote the payment of living wages on public works projects that do not conflict with state law.
So you have in there working with stakeholders to fine tune the requirements. That could be where Paul's concerns can get addressed. But I don't think anybody's working under city contract who's paying by cash. If they are, they shouldn't be. And that's really what this is driving at, is bringing people onto a workforce as an employee where they are eligible for benefits, Social Security, and to the extent that it applies, health benefits, as opposed to just saying, I'll pay you on a cash basis. Now, but we do have, so this is for city contracts, right? Okay, because we do have businesses that are in town that are just for people who are looking for day labor, and so that would not be affected by this ordinance or by this motion. So I think that the work with stakeholders piece, Paul, kind of gets to what you're after, so that if people start coming out of the woodwork and saying, look, I can't live with this, some printing shop down on First Avenue that has 3 employees that wants to bid on a small city contract will still be eligible to do that. I guess I'm not seeing the rabbit hole that you're seeing.
I'm talking about the ones where we have somebody bidding on a single job, where they're bidding on a single job and they're a sole proprietor and they have to bring on a temporary employee to do the job. That's where I'm going with this. So in other words, what we're going to end up doing is eliminating those competitive bids, because we'll only have people who have permanent employees, enough permanent employees to do those jobs. And some of the smaller firms on the smaller contracts won't be able to do ones where they bring in temp workers, because that won't be allowed under this.
Yeah, but no, I don't think so. So Mike can correct me if I'm wrong, but there is nothing in what the mayor read that prohibits somebody hiring somebody on a temporary basis.
That's correct. That's correct. And I do think that we can address Councilman Cunningham's concerns based on that fact.
Yeah. No, I agree. I think this is preliminary direction so that we can, work on all these issues and very importantly, receive stakeholder input as well.
I'm good with it. Like I said, I just don't want to be in a situation where we accidentally shoot ourselves in the foot.
Totally. Yeah, no, absolutely. That's a good point. And I think that should be part of the, the review that staff, as city manager and our attorney will look at. Any others?
Madam Mayor.
Yes.
Business Services is going to oversee this project and they're going to fine tune and bring it back to us, correct? For final review before we implement it?
Correct.
Okay, good. And then Are we gonna have a review process afterwards, look at it a year down the road to make sure that it's meeting what we need to have met?
Mayor,
Mr. Ortega.
I think that that'll be a function of what the final language looks like and what that stakeholder input looks like. Then we can have a conversation about further reviews, what the chemistry of the code changes might look like, and or contractual procedures. And I think that'll be a function of that down the road.
Thank you, Mike. The other thing is, I was gonna say, we should have a couple community forums and let the community know what we're doing, especially with the business community.
Yeah, and that's embedded in the motion in terms of stakeholder input. So.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Thank you.
Of course, thank you. Any others? All righty, well, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you all so much for giving us this time. We move on to item 3. Item 3, Councilmember Kozachik has requested a discussion regarding income source discrimination in rental housing. Councilmember Kozachik.
Thank you, Mayor. Let me just do a quick intro on it. I see Liz Morales is on. She's obviously a player in this as well and has some important input. But it's not going to be a surprise to anybody that we're in a housing market that's gradually pricing people out of their homes, and it's been going on for a while. We've got out-of-state real estate investment trusts, e-investors who are gobbling up real estate and jacking up rents. Most multifamily units are over 95% rented right now, and they've got waiting lists. We've also got waiting lists. You know, Liz's department has got waiting lists for people to get into housing. While there's no single fix to the supply problem, and that's really what's driving this whole, it's a supply-demand issue. Pricing people out of their homes certainly is not the solution. We've all heard from the landlord community, and my message back to them each time I get some input from them is, how about this? You guys stop jacking up rents and we'll walk away from this idea. That has not been well received, I must say. And it's my belief that rejecting a tenant solely based on the source of their income should not be allowed any more than rejecting somebody solely based on their ethnicity, or you pick your own category. You know, that includes fixed income sources such as SSDI, veterans benefits, Social Security, and the elephant in the room is our housing choice vouchers. And so that's where I want to focus. Having said all that, if we're going to go down this road, and I think that we should, we have a responsibility to run our own Section 8 program efficiently and not turn this into a cost issue for landlords. One of the reasons that they're pushing back is that they've got a history with our housing choice program, our voucher program, where they had long waiting times to get payment. They had long waiting times for inspections. They were stuck with apartments that got trashed when somebody moved out, and we weren't helping make them whole for that. The other reality, though, is that they've got people lined up to take rooms as soon as they turn over. And so I believe that Liz and her team have turned the corner. But if we do this, I think that we need to be honest enough with ourselves to put some guardrails on this and respect some of the interests of the landlords. And so I have some questions for Liz that to kind of frame those guardrails the way I put it. And so I've got 6 of them. So just kind of, they're not, multi-paragraph questions, but one question is, how do we streamline the inspection process? And is there a way within the HUD rules that we could establish a list of, say, exemplary landlords so that they're pre-approved pending an inspection, so that when they get an opening, they're not waiting, a couple of weeks for someone to go and do the inspection and move in? So that's one question, is the whole question about streamlining the inspection process. And by the way, I'll just kind of throw in right now, some of the answers to these may be no, because they're guided by HUD rules. I don't know. I'm just, this is, Liz is the expert in this, not me. Secondly, our vouchers are based on the number of bedrooms, as I understand it. And if I'm a landlord, there are other amenities that I can throw into the mix that will perhaps justify an increase in rent, such as I can get more for a 2-bedroom, 2-bath than I can for a 2-bedroom, 1-bath. Are there ways that we can flex the HUD rules to accommodate factors like that? Next is our applications, as I understand it, have been streamlined. I've heard that from landlords. I'm interested in knowing if we can streamline them even better so landlords aren't spending an inordinate amount of time doing their paperwork. I know I'm painfully familiar with the federal application processes, and so again, you're the expert. What tools do we have to ensure that landlords are not on the hook for rehabbing apartments if some of our voucher tenants move out and they've trashed the place? That's a concern that I've had raised. I mentioned the inspections. They've got waiting lists. Can we assume the burden of getting a client and inspected within a certain number of business days, so that they're not sitting there waiting with other people knocking on the door while we're figuring out how to get out of the HUD rules ways and get people in under roof. And finally, the rents right now are so price elastic. I mean, right now we're in that boom that I'm wondering if we have any options that we could increase the amount of our voucher value without draining the bigger pool, so we're serving fewer clients. In other words, I don't want to start cutting one person's piece of the pie so large that other people aren't getting served. So that, and I don't know the rules. So I'd like to see us move forward with this simply as a tool to keep people housed. But I also want us to be sensitive to the challenges that landlords have too, and frankly, the opportunities that they have in this housing market. So that's sort of my pitch, and I'm interested in what Liz and the rest of you have to say.
Councilmember Kozachik, what I'll do is I'll have Liz try and respond to the questions that you have, and then go to Councilmember or Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, and then Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Councilmember Kozachik, thank you for bringing this topic. I can respond to your questions pretty easily. Around streamlining inspections, I think there is some ways that we can further streamline our inspections. I will say that all of our inspections are able to be scheduled within 5 days at this point. What we're finding is what the inspection hold is often on the landlord side, because as tenants find units, the units aren't available until about 2 months down the road. So until that unit is vacated and turned, then we can do the inspection. But I will tell you that any new unit coming online, our inspectors are moving that very, very quickly. But one of the practices that I've seen is an ability to do pre-approval on inspections while the rest of the paperwork and other things are happening. So there are some things we can do about that. Vouchers based on number of bedrooms. We do everything we do now when we do our rent comparables, which is a requirement of the program. We look at those amenities. We have a system that provides us points based on the unit on how much that range of rent should be compared to what's actually being charged to unassisted tenants. So there is a way for us now to give landlords more rent based on the amenities and the type of unit, whether it's a 2-bath or 1-bath. Again, talking about flexing the rents, I'll kind of jump down to that one because it's relevant to the rent comparable process we have to do. We have what's called the fair market rents. We are given a parameter between 90 to 110% to set our payment standards. We are at 110%. We can go up to 120% with HUD approval. We would have to submit to HUD. I will tell you, even going up to the 110%, it is already impacting the number of families we can serve. So we have seen a decrease on the numbers we can serve. So should we want to go up to 120%, we would have to submit that to HUD and demonstrate the need, which I think at least a couple other cities in Arizona have done that. So that is an option if we want to exceed the cap that we're allowed to go. Streamlining paperwork, I do think that is we have an ability to do that with some IT tools where we can do contracts electronically signed and some things that we can do with that. I will tell you, once we get the initial paperwork, from what I understand, it's taking on average between 30 and 40 days to get that processed and turned around. A lot of times we are, again, landlords often wait for us, but we are very often waiting on landlords to return paperwork so they can get their first payment. Related to damages, I will tell you, in the olden days, we used to have a certificate program which allowed for damage claims. I will say the HUD funding does not allow us to pay for that. What we have done with Section 8 dollars is do a landlord incentive program, which is up to 1.5 months of the rent. Very, very unheard of. City of Phoenix does $500. We're doing upwards about $1,500 on some units, so that they can use that to put into an account to ensure for covered damages. But the HUD program is very specific that when they made the changes that the landlord go through the same process they do for non-assisted tenants to go utilize security deposits or go for a judgment for damages that are above normal wear and tear.
What did you call that fund?
We have a landlord incentive program right now. Yeah. And I will say the state, Arizona Department of Housing, also created a fund. If you're housing homeless, landlords today can apply for damage claims under that program. So a lot of our programs that provide housing assistance for those experiencing homelessness, they can go back if a landlord has damages. They can right now get reimbursement for those costs.
Liz, let me allow Vice Mayor and Councilmember Lee to, ask their questions or make their statements, and then we'll let you continue if there are any additional questions. Vice Mayor?
Yeah, I mean, I know that there's a lot of different pieces to this conversation, but I was thankful to Steve and Liz for working on this and bringing it before the council. I know I have mentioned before around Ban the Box, and the city attorney talked a little through needing to do additional work on that piece, and like how are we kind of thinking along those lines. And if that's not, something that we're able to include or enforce, how do we look at how do we kind of get rid of like drug related offenses as an alternative? Because I know that a lot of times, right, we're going after, dangerous drug predators, and then we end up just dislocating, thousands of families, and, just like the misguided policies. So if there is a way to also include that as part of the conversation, what might be possible, I think that's important.
I don't know if you wanted to respond, Liz, or if this is a question for Mike Rankin.
Well, I'll just start, Madam Mayor, Vice Mayor Santa Cruz. I totally understand. Again, taking your feedback and direction, happy to go back and explore that and figure out if there is a way to do that.
And Mike?
Mayor, Councilman, or Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, Same answer as Liz just gave.
Okay. Councilmember Lee and then Councilmember Cunningham.
Thank you, Mayor. Also, thanks to Steve. I totally agree with the essence of what we're trying to accomplish. Just listening to the conversations and the questions, it's such a complex issue, the timing, all the processes. So just thank you for bringing this forward. I do have kind of a question also to consider, just out of a personal story. When the market crashed in 2008, 2009, our primary residence we moved out of to move to the neighborhood we're in now, right when the housing market crashed, and we weren't able to sell our home, so we had to rent it out. So I'm thinking about the people who are either in similar situations. They're not businesses that are doing large scale real estate. They're the ones and twos people who bought a home here and then got orders for the military and had to leave and they have to rent it out. How is this going to affect those individuals, right, that find themselves in situations like that? Kind of like what Councilmember Cunningham was talking about in the last conversation with the smaller time situations. So that's something I would like to understand a little bit more about, because it can be difficult to navigate the programs that they and the documentation and all the things they would have to comply with if they're not a company or a professional landlord. I also had some questions that the Vice Mayor brought up just around the legal components of this. So it's good to know that that's coming back. Also, there are multiple stakeholders. So I think that continuing to get that type of input in forming this is going to be really important, because again, a lot of different people rent for a lot of different reasons, and it's not just these big companies. And it sounds like there's a lot of process improvements that need to happen within housing, including IT and other stakeholders. So it sounds like we're a little ways out from being ready to move forward now. So I'm just hoping that all of those things can be taken into consideration as we move forward.
Mayor, Councilmember Lee, I can say for our small landlords, I will tell you they are often our biggest and best landlords because we walk them through. It's actually a very easy program and it's guaranteed rent. So I have found that for our single owners, what we call our mom and pops, we tend to work the best with them because they really appreciate the support that we provide through the program. Related to whether the improvements that are needed, I will tell you the improvements have been in place. We could move forward with this. To say that we're continuously improving, I don't think anything that we're doing today would delay the work, and the processes that we have in place are working with our landlords. So that would be the only thing I would add to that.
Yeah, and if I may add as well, I think we have to make sure that we're clarifying what an income source discrimination ordinance really is. As of November of this year, 2021, 20 states and 112 cities and counties in Washington, D.C. have passed income source discrimination laws, which differ from place to place. An income source discrimination ordinance simply says that landlords may not refuse to rent to a given tenant based on the source of their income. So Social Security, SSI, whatever, Section 8, whatever V8 vouchers, any type of subsidy or financial aid that a person is receiving cannot be discriminated on. And the reason this is important, as Liz said, it doesn't seem like the mom and pop, 1-2 duplex owners are the issue here. I think the issue is that there are certain areas of our city that would prefer not to have tenants that have Section 8 vouchers. And that is discrimination. And so I believe that residents in the city of Tucson that have a way to pay for their rent should be able to choose the geographic location where they want to live. Whether it's because they want to send their kids to a certain school district or because it's closer to their work or their families, nobody should be able to discriminate based on, how they're paying their rent. Many young families rely on this for some time and then move themselves out of Section 8. So it's really the voluntary nature of our program here in the city of Tucson that facilitates the bigger landlords, the multi-family housing landlords, to discriminate against the people with vouchers. And I think that's what we're trying to get at. And one of the reasons that I support this is because we can pass an ordinance very simply stating what I just described, right? That no one can discriminate based on income source. And we can do it, in an expedited fashion, because I really feel as though this particular tool we want to create to put it in our toolbox to be able to expand on the options that we can use as a city, as a community, to expand affordable housing options to workers and families in our city. That's what I think the reason why the Housing Community Development Department proposed this ordinance, and I believe and want to thank Councilmember Kozachik for bringing this item forward to us today. With that, I'll move on to Councilmember Cunningham and then Councilmember Kozachik.
This week, we've done some direct service with Liz's shop over the past 6 months, trying to find people places to live. This week, two different folks that we were working with got denied. One because they went to 3 different places and none of them took vouchers. The other one we had, it's a complex case. It's, one of those weird circumstances. And again, it goes right into what the ban-the-box piece is. And so there's so much complexity here. I think to start with, I need a couple questions. What's the difference between the landlord process for Section 8 and the landlord process for vouchers? That's my first question. Is one voucher program less restrictive or less regulatory than another?
Mayor, Councilmember Cunningham, I can tell you that they all operate very similarly. They all have requirements to ensure the rent is comparable, that there's an inspection on the unit. We're talking about other programs. Section 8 and Housing Choice Voucher are the same program, but we have the VASH program, which is for veterans. We have our Rapid Rehousing, which provides rental assistance for persons coming out of homelessness. They all have similar requirements, processes. Again, I will say whether they're working with a nonprofit, one of our agencies uses Home Inc., which is a large housing provider in Maricopa County that is now working across the state. They're very quick to process, quick to pay. I will say that those are elements that they often have similar as far as requirements around screening, that type of thing.
My next question is, if we have a client using vouchers and there is significant damage done to the unit, is the client held responsible, or is the voucher provider held responsible? I'm just asking.
Sure. Yeah, good question, because most people don't realize what we do is that there's a contract between us and the landlord, and then there's a lease between the landlord and the tenant. What prevails around damages and security deposit is what the lease says. So the tenant gets held responsible for that. However, a lot of the programs, what we've been doing is covering security deposits, again, providing bonuses on both the homeless side and the Section 8 side. So those things should be covering that. Again, there's the state fund. So, even though we are not responsible for the damages, we do a lot of work to help address the issue if there are damages.
I think that's the scenario that's been brought up, and I'm not saying that all of our tenants are doing, like, it's probably a very small contingent, but that's what you're running up against. So my thought is that I think we should do this for sure. I think one of the things we can do to kind of help is some type of agreement within our contract with the landlord that involves the security deposit, so that that security deposit, I'm sure there's a way to protect the landlord and the security deposit in some way. And if they want to, you know, look to have a larger security deposit, which is a little less, that's fine, but we don't have to give it to them until they collect it or something like that. Like, I think there's some cash management things we can do from a creative level that can at least make it so the landlord understands, hey, look, we need you to place people and not just deny people because of their income. And at the same time, we're going to insulate you a little bit so that you're not taking on as much risk. And I think there's definitely a way to do that. On the other side, with regard to the folks that can't get places due to their backgrounds, man, it's a fine line. It's a really wide spectrum. And I think that's a separate issue. And I think that's something that we can have a community conversation and maybe a working group put together on. I think that's a conversation that's going to take a minute, because the scenarios are limitless on kind of, it's almost a case by case, it's probably a case by case basis. But if you've got someone who, you know, had a big screw up 18 years ago and we can't find them a place to live, come on now, we got to do better than that. So let's figure out how we can go down that path. But for the purposes of like what we're doing today here, I think having the income conversation and bringing it back, but having something that insulates the landlords after the fact may make that easy. It may just happen more organically. And then the second piece is start that community conversation about some semblance of a, hey, look, what you've done, if you've paid your debt or whatever, however you want to frame it, you should be able to get a place to live. And I totally am on board with that.
Thank you, Councilmember Kozachik, and then we're going to have to move on this item because we still have other discussion. Okay,
first of all, thank you, Liz, for sharing your expertise on this. I think that your department has turned a corner. 5 years ago, that department was off the rails, and it's back on the rails, and you've got it running really well. And as Liz pointed out, the small landlords are the ones who are carrying this program right now. They're the ones who are showing up at the meetings, and they're the ones who are saying that they want to get involved. It's not the large complexes that are really players in this. And so what we are seeing though is, for instance, there's looking at a Facebook post from a guy in San Diego right now, and he's posting up, heading to our new 52 unit, bought for 3.6. Goal is to refi in 5 months for $5 million. And he's soliciting for investors. I'll turn your 10,000 into 100,000. The result is that we've got seniors. This is a senior housing project in Tucson that we are going to now see seniors priced out of their homes because this guy over in California is flipping his investment. More power to him, but some of us would consider that to be predatory capitalism without a conscience. So I think that this is legit for us to say, all things being equal, you should not be able to say no to an individual solely based on the source of their income. We have CC&Rs in neighborhoods that are all over the city right now that were drafted in the 40s and the 50s. And earlier today, I was counseling a particular neighborhood that you ought to go back and you ought to take a vote on your board to go and redraft those, because what they say is just overtly racist. And the notion of being able to say, I'm going to deny you as a tenant because you're participating in a low-income housing program is simply ethically wrong. Now, that being said, we've got, I want to make a motion that we adopt this income source discrimination ordinance that says you may not discriminate against a prospective tenant solely based on the source of their income, and throw in as a caveat, not as a part of the motion, but that we got to keep our act together, because there are two sides to the equation: our piece and the tenant, and our obligation to the landlords to make sure that we're operating the program as Liz's team is doing right now, and that is to say efficiently. So that's my motion.
So there's a motion.
I'm going to second.
There's a motion, a couple of seconds, and Councilmember Fimbres, and then we've got to vote.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Liz, you've been doing a remarkable job since you've been here and you've taken the lead. But my question is, what's your plan to deal with the perception of HCD and payment for vouchers to landlords and getting further and more out information about your efforts? Do you have a plan, Liz? I know you do.
Madam Mayor, Councilmember Fimbres, I'll use your words, Councilmember Fimbres, educate, educate, educate. I think it's about getting when I first got here, it was very important for me that before I ever go to landlords to ask them for anything is to show that we've done our part. And I have been very pleased. Our landlords are our greatest asset. Doing this obviously puts us on two sides of the issue, but I by no means want to do anything to harm the landlords. I do not believe this ordinance would harm landlords, and I want to prove myself right in that assertion. So part of it is to demonstrate through action that we are a well-functioning program. We're constantly figuring out how to do that better. But I will tell you, in my conversations, it's about, are we doing a good job? I'm hearing from landlords, we are doing a good job. We have a landlord team who responds quickly to questions, who are scheduling things quickly. So we need to continue doing that. We can't stop and be complacent. We will continue to drive to make it a stronger program.
Thank you, Liz. And then you're still kind of held community meetings and community meetings with the business community to let them know.
We will do that, Councilmember.
Thank you.
All righty. With that, all those in favor of the motion indicate by saying aye.
Aye.
Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Thank you so much, Liz, and thank you, Councilmember Kozachik, for bringing us this today. We move on to item 4. Council members Lee and Kozachik have requested a discussion of the air quality permit application submitted by Becton Dickinson Company. Mr. Kozachik, Councilmember Kozachik, you could start, and then Councilmember Lee.
Okay, Nikki, you're free to go first if you want, or I'll start.
You know what? I have some notes to kind of frame up the background a little bit, Steve, so I can start us out real quick and then throw it over to you.
Fair enough.
Okay. So just a little bit of history around what we're talking about today. BD is the company that is interested in standing up an additional medical manufacturing and sterilization operation in Ward 4. It's a $65 million investment, and this is in response to COVID, and just a commitment to public health is the reason why they're looking to expand operations. And they're looking again at this property, and it's zoned according to what would need to be zoned for their operation. And right now it is at the Pima County Department of Environmental Quality going through a process to get a permit. And that's really what Councilmember Kozachik reached out, wanting to talk a little bit about the operation and some of the health aspects of it. So as I understand it, that public input process just completed a couple days ago. My office has been listening to every single one of those, kind of listening to the conversations and the concerns of the neighbors. And what I'm hoping to understand today from City Attorney is really what our scope is in this process. as the city while we wait for the termination from the county health department. So that's what I'm hoping to understand today. And then Steve, I'll throw it over to you.
Okay, similar interest in hearing what our options are. My premise is that by charter, we're to preserve the health of our residents, and the location of this facility, in my opinion anyway, runs counter to that responsibility. So cutting to the chase, when Sun Corridor was marketing BD Becton Dickinson to the region, they never included in their pitch that the process that they use to sterilize the medical equipment involves ethylene oxide. Ethylene oxide, EO, is a heavily regulated, highly toxic chemical. During the Sun Corridor early solicitation for BD, Davis Monthan explicitly said multiple times and in writing to Sun Corridor that they do not want the facility by the base. It's being located immediately adjacent to the approach departure corridor. And in some of the correspondence that DM wrote, or DM or DOD, whoever it was, wrote to Sun Corridor, they said, look, we have aircraft carrying live ordnance flying nearly right over the top of this. There is no plan for responsible reaction in case of a catastrophic accident. And so DM said no, no sale. PDEQ, Pima County Department of Environmental Quality, PDEQ is evaluating the facility right now for air quality, as Nikki said, but they're doing the evaluation based on current EPA regulations. 5 years ago, pre-Trump, the EPA found ethylene oxide to be 60 times more carcinogenic to humans than they had previously believed. Then Trump came. We know what happened with the EPA under that administration. Now, after that 5-year hiatus, the EPA is reevaluating the toxicity and the threat of ethylene oxide. The PDEQ assessment is going to be based on the results of the current standards, though. And so one of my concerns, and I guess for city staff and for the two mics, is what can we do to delay the permitting of this place until we know what the real EPA standards are, because we know those are in play right now. We know they're fluid. So let's be clear. Pima County didn't run out looking for a location for this. We know that Sun Corridor wasn't chomping at the bit to put it up in Oro Valley. What they did is they put it out by DM. When the Department of Defense did their environmental impact study for the F-35, one reason Tucson was rejected was because of the social justice impacts of the noise out by DM. And the Julia Keene neighborhood is right there. They've already had to have remediation mitigation dollars spent federally as a result of their proximity to DM. And the EIS for the F-35 said no sale on that location for social justice reasons. And now we're going to put ethylene oxide out there, so a highly toxic chemical is okay, but noise isn't. Again, something just doesn't jive with me on this one. Becton Dickinson's plan, I've read some of their correspondence on this. Their plan is to use up to 450,000 pounds of EO annually. It's not clear how much they plan to have stored on site at a given time. But if you have a 10-pound release of ethylene oxide, you're required within 15 minutes to make a federal notification to the I don't know what the name of the federal oversight agency is, but it's a 15-minute notification process. They're going to have to get EO to the facility somehow. They're not going to grow it on site, so they're going to have to drive it across city streets. I wonder if there's an ADOT component to this also, because if it's coming on I-10 or I-19, they're going to be transporting a highly toxic chemical across state roads, perhaps county roads, and certainly city roads. So we don't have an emergency preparedness plan in place if there is an accident and there's a significant release near our residential areas. again, this isn't just, this is highly toxic stuff. And some of the questions that we have not got answers to yet. I know Scott Clark and his team are going through it from a zoning standpoint and, does it meet setbacks and height and density and all that? But those aren't the salient questions that we need to be answering. There's uncertainty about off-gassing, both from the facility and during transportation. Again, nobody has sufficiently answered those questions. And so I guess my question for the Mikes and maybe Scott is, what role do we have in mandating how much can be stored on site, mandating controls on how it's transported across city streets? Right now, there is litigation in Covington, Georgia, alleging cancer clusters around a Becton Dickinson facility. Have we looked into the specifics about how this facility is being built so that we know it's sufficiently upgraded from the Covington facility? So we're not going to see cancer clusters around the Julia Keene neighborhood or the residents around DM. And basically overarching, what alternatives do we have, do they have for sterilizing medical equipment other than using ethylene oxide? So that's a lot. But I think it's all subsumed under our charter responsibility to, quoting it, to make and adopt and enforce all necessary rules and regulations to preserve the health of the inhabitants of the city. And I think this falls squarely under that. So that's what I've got.
Mr. Attorney or Mr. Ortega, if you have any way of answering those questions, let me know.
Mayor, members of the council, I'll do my best, but I also want to note that it's my understanding that the director and deputy director of the Pima County Department of Environmental Quality are available and with us to address where things are at with the requested air quality permit and the scope of the Pima County Authority with respect to permitting and approval of the use, in particular with respect to ethylene oxide.
That's fair. I didn't know they were here. That's totally fair. My understanding, and they can correct me if I'm wrong, is that if BD checks all the right boxes right now, they're obligated to approve it. But I'm happy to hear from them.
Yeah, if I may, I guess I would want to start the conversation there, because I understand that the Pima County Department of Environmental Quality is the appropriate entity to review concerns relating to potential pollutants and air quality. And I also understand that environmental and public health concerns that community members have expressed regarding this facility also pertain to public health. So I would want to hear from the Pima County Department of Environmental Quality to see what is in their jurisdiction and their authority in terms of how to respond to these questions. I also understand that Pima County has had the process, public input process open. I believe public input process closed the 17th or 18th of December. So maybe Mr. Rank and Mr. Ortega, we can start there. What is the responsibility of Pima County Environmental Air Quality to regulate these types of issues?
Mayor, I believe Director Ursula Nelson is on the call. She is the director of the Pima County Department of Environmental Quality. So if you're okay with it, I'd rather have Director Nelson respond to their role and responsibility in this, and then we can pipe it down the road.
That's a great place to start.
Great. Thank you so much. My name is Ursula Nelson, and I am the director for the Pima County Department of Environmental Quality. And we do have the authority for permitting sources of air pollution in Pima County, and that includes both incorporated and unincorporated areas. And we have that delegation of authority directly from the Environmental Protection Agency. The source is what in air quality terms is called a minor source, which means that it emits small amounts of air pollution. So there are some fairly, in terms of from a regulatory perspective, straightforward regulations that apply that this company has to meet. And provided that a company meets the air quality requirements, then we do have the obligation to issue them an air quality permit. So we are indeed at the end of the public comment process. We are required by law to have a 30-day public comment process. We extended that to 90 days just to make sure that we had additional opportunity for the public to engage. And so since that public comment period just closed, we are in the process of looking at all of the comments that we have received. And of course, the purpose for the public comment period is to consider any kind of input and respond to questions and concerns. I will say that a lot of what we have heard from the public is that they are concerned about the health impacts. And that is not, unfortunately, something that I hate to say we look at. Of course, we are very concerned about public health and we want to make sure that they comply. But the regulations that are in effect that the EPA requires are currently being met by in the proposed air quality permit. And so the concern about the proximity to things like to Davis Monthan and to residences and businesses, unfortunately, is not something that's going to allow us really to require additional controls. I will say that Becton Dickinson has done additional controls beyond what is currently required in the federal regulations. So in the federal regulations, they're only required to control emissions from the chamber where they're actually sterilizing the medical equipment. But they have also added additional controls where they're going to capture emissions from after the sterilization process. So where there is off-gassing there, those emissions will also be captured and controlled. So there are doing some additional things as far as the controls that they're going to be applying. What we're looking at right now, the place that I think we have flexibility in is to ensure that they are monitoring and reporting properly. And that is really an area where we do have flexibility to make sure that whatever strategies and control techniques that they have, that there are the appropriate monitoring tools to verify that everything is operating properly. And so that is one of the areas that we have emphasized to make sure that they are doing that. We have received some additional comments from the environmental protection agencies just Friday, actually, so just a couple of business days ago, suggesting some additional controls that we might look at as far as verifying that the emissions are being controlled as needed. And so we're in the process of looking at that and whether or not we might enhance those regulations. We do have a permitting deadline that is required. So we can't just, if you will, hold a permit pending certain, considerations. We have to issue the permit within a certain number of days of when we receive what's called a complete application. So we will need to issue a permit by the end of January. So we have another few weeks that we need to look at the comments, respond to those, and then make a final permit determination. Trying to think if there's anything else critical. Oh, so EPA, I'm sorry, one last thing, and that is EPA is currently looking at ethylene oxide and the health impacts and control requirements. I don't know how long that's going to take. I think we've all dealt with federal regulations and we know that that's not a speedy process. So in the meantime, we're going ahead, we're working with EPA and we're trying to make sure that we're ahead of the requirements, that the things that Becton Dickinson is currently required to do is beyond what is currently required by EPA and hopefully consistent with where they are going to go. If EPA does have additional regulations in the future, then facilities that are subject to those regulations will have some time, but they will be required to come into compliance. And I'd be happy to answer any questions.
Okay, excellent. Thank you so much, Director Nelson. I appreciate it. We also, the City of Tucson, received the EPA recommendations. Can you review what those recommendations for this particular facility were from EPA? I understand that they're requiring the use of continued emissions monitoring system, as well as monitoring data and making it accessible to the public. Can you add what their recommendations are for Pima County to follow?
Yes, so one thing that they have recommended is that we look at, as you say, a continuous emissions monitor. And that is exactly what the name implies that it would be. It is something that would be a device that is attached to the point of emissions, basically the smokestack, if you will, and it will keep track of whatever is being emitted at that point in time. So it will allow for immediate feedback on making sure that everything is in compliance. And if there are any issues or concerns as far as where the emissions start to go up, we would know immediately and be able to address those. So that is something, as I said, we just got this a couple of days ago, so we're in the process of looking at it, but we're certainly taking that into serious consideration. And we do have a policy of trying to make as much information as we have available to the public on our website. I don't know if you've had a chance to look at our website, but everything BDU related is there. And we continue to add to that as we get more information. And so I do know that they have suggested that we make that emissions information available. Technologically speaking, I don't know how quickly that can be done, but we're certainly not averse to making sure that that's readily available to them.
I understand also that the EPA recommendations encourage Pima County to update the environmental justice analysis and share it with the public prior to the final permit decision. The updated environmental justice analysis should have all the updates that EPA recommends. So can you talk a little bit more about what the updates that EPA recommends means in terms of the environmental justice analysis?
I need to look at that. I have asked my staff person who's working on environmental justice to address those, and she is in the process of doing that. I do know that they have asked us to make some modifications to that. I will tell you that one of my frustrations with the environmental justice regulations from the Environmental Protection Agency is that we have to do an analysis and we have to do a report, but EPA has not given us any regulatory tools to address the impact of that. So we can look at, I'll call it an overburdened community and go, yes, the environmental justice analysis shows that it's an overburdened community, but that doesn't give us the ability to say no to a permit or the ability to require additional reductions. I think this points back to the tool that we have that is going to, where we have the most ability to be effective is the monitoring and the record keeping and the reporting. So back to things like the continuous emissions monitoring.
But these types of issues like the environmental justice analysis and the concerns that my colleagues, Councilmember Kosacek has brought up is something that Pima County environmental quality is responsible for, correct?
Correct.
Okay, alrighty. And once you issue a permit, with the continuous monitoring, just to make clear that I heard this and the public and my colleagues heard this, the continuous monitoring will be to make sure that whatever is being let out into the community is well regulated. Is that what I understand?
There would be a certain number, like an amount of ethylene oxide, a small amount that can be emitted, and that is specified currently in the permit. And what the continuous emissions monitor will do is give us almost instantaneous readings on the actual emissions to make sure that they remain below what is allowed in the permit.
Okay, and that's something Pima County will regulate.
We can, but as I said, we just recently received the letter from EPA with the recommendations for the continuous emissions monitor. So we really need to take a look at that and see. It sounds to all of us like a really good suggestion, but we need to look at it and make sure that we have the authority and that technically it's something that's going to work and do what we need it to do.
Okay, I'll open it up for council members Lee, and then Fimbres, and then Dahl, and then council member Kozaczek.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to be super clear. I appreciate everything Steve is bringing up. I don't want any harm to come to my folks in Ward 4 or the city. And that's why we've been paying close attention to all of the public comment opportunities and listening to the concerns. I do have a question for Director Nelson. I know that you mentioned you're not really sure when the new guidelines are going to be available. Is there any instance where you could delay your decision until those new guidelines are available, or are you really stuck in that timeline and you can't move around it?
We are required to issue the permit towards the end of January. I don't have the exact date, I apologize, but yes, it doesn't really allow for that kind of flexibility.
Okay, no, I totally understand. I was just curious if there was ever a universe in which that potential could happen. And I'm definitely interested in understanding, like what Steve said, with respect to transportation of these different chemicals, what can we do to just ensure the health and wellness of our residents across the city? So I just wanted to ask those questions, Mayor.
I don't know if Director Nelson respond maybe to that. The transportation of hazardous materials, is that something that Pima County Environmental Quality regulates at all?
It does not. The county administrator's office has reached out to some of the other regulatory agencies and is currently compiling some of the responses. There are certainly requirements that apply from DOT. We've all seen those placards on the back of the trucks that carry hazardous materials, but I don't know how that gets enforced or who would have those regulations. I do know that Becton Dickinson has been in touch with Tucson Fire Department because they are within Tucson Fire Department's jurisdiction. And so I know that those conversations are ongoing.
Councilmember Dahl, I think Fimbres, and then Dahl, and then Councilmember Kozaczek.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. Director Nelson, does the ADEQ have a role in this issue?
They do not at this time.
And the other concern is this going to be self-testing by this company, or is it going to be actually monitoring?
The way that we do our enforcement and compliance program is companies typically do their own testing, but we are, depending on what they're doing, we are there to witness that, to make sure that they're doing it accurately. And then there are also ways that data is tracked and recorded these days. In the days of computers, now everything is really logged. And so we do look at those kinds of records. We also will do inspections that are perhaps sometimes announced, but often unannounced inspections to make sure that we are on site and able to see what they're doing on a day-to-day basis.
Thank you. Is there an appeal process also once you issue the permit? The citizens and social justice organizations can have environmental justice groups can appeal the decision if it's granted a permit?
Yes, there are appeal. Yes, there are appeal processes that are available.
Thank you.
Councilmember Dahl, and then Councilmember Kozaczek.
Thank you, Mayor Romero, and thank you, Director Nelson, for your presentation. I have to say, this is extremely frustrating. I feel like I'm witnessing a future Superfund site being constructed in our community in an area next to an Air Force base, which we highly value, and a community that's already impacted by environmental problems. We have to do something. I don't know what it is. I do have one specific question, Director Nelson. When the EPA revises its guidelines, well, before I say that, continuous monitoring is not a solution. We're worried about catastrophic or accidental releases of a highly toxic carcinogenic material that I don't even understand how you would clean it up. You just wait for it to dissipate, I suppose. And I would sure like to see alternatives. You could sterilize things with boiling water and steam that seems, a lot less toxic and a lot less problematic. What a horrible side effect of the COVID pandemic that we're in, that this highly toxic material is being used for essential medical uses. Anyhow, if the EPA changes its regulations and does require the questions that we're asking to be answered, will you be able to immediately, or will someone, can we or somebody apply to you to immediately revoke the air pollution permit and go through that process again? Thank you.
Typically, when EPA changes regulations for any category of air pollution emissions, they give people a certain time frame in which to come into compliance. So we would be bound by that timing.
Thanks.
Thank you. Councilmember Kozachik.
So I completely share Kevin's frustration. This is not a city issue. This is not a county issue. It's not a state issue. This is all of our issue. And let me just make a couple of points. Again, the emissions. I'll just say it. I want no part of allowing just a little bit of EO to be emitted into the air. Just a little bit today. We're going to find out whenever EPA gets around to it that little bit was too much. And that's what's happening in Covington, Georgia right now. We saw this happen with 1,4-dioxane. We had to build a treatment plant out there because the EPA changed the standards, and we had to react on a dime for that. We saw it happen with TCE. We are soon going to see it happen with PFAS. Every one of these toxic chemicals that are being put into our environment, later on we find out that, oops, that was too much, and we've got a cancer cluster, and we're backpedaling and wishing we hadn't done something. Kevin is right. This is not about the amount being monitored, allowed out into the environment. It is, I'd like to hear from Pima County Health or from Tucson Fire, what's your response going to be when 150 pounds of this stuff is dumped onto the streets at Craycroft and 22nd when there's a car accident and the truck turns over? I mean, that's not obviously that's not hyperbole. That, we have accidents every day. And and you guys don't have the turnout gear for it. The Tucson Fire, they don't have the technical response for it to clean up the environment around that in the amount of time that's required with the toxicology studies that are out there on EO. So for Tucson Fire to be satisfied with what's happening on site is one question, but it's got to get to that site. And I don't buy for a second that the city and the county and the state don't have some sort of legal authority to say, not on our streets. You guys find a different way to get it here. Drop it in by a parachute. I don't care what you do, but you're not going to drive that across our city streets. The Pima County Environmental Justice Analysis, the problem with that, and the reason they're being asked to redo it, is because they rolled in Vail and Rita Ranch, and it completely diluted the count of the effects downwind, which is to say in the city of Tucson, where the F-35 analysis showed it's going to negatively impact disparately low-income and minority neighborhoods. Those numbers got diluted in the original study. That's the reason they're going back and doing another analysis. The health effects of the storage, the catastrophic release, the transport, the accident by residential areas, the off-gassing, the new EPA standards, all the emission control standards do is assure that the plant's running cool and operating as designed. It doesn't affect any of those other considerations. So I guess I want to hear from the mics, what are our options? And I may be the lone ranger on this one, but I want to say I don't want any part of this thing in this location. Neither does DM, by the way.
Councilmember Kozachik and all the mayor and council. The short version is that I don't think the city has a role. we don't have a regulatory role in the issues that are presented here. As the Director Nelson already explained, PCDEQ has the jurisdiction, which is a direct designation from EPA with respect to the air quality issues. I don't believe that the fact that the material in question at some points being transported, of course, opens up a regulatory review or authority that the city has jurisdiction over. I do know that, and as you said, Councilman Kozachik, you are well aware that PDSD is doing its development package review, but that's not about the issues that you're concerned about. You don't really, care about the setbacks and the, similar development issues. You're talking about the potential release of the EO. And I understand the concerns, I understand the passion and the issues of safety, but I don't see any issue that falls within the review authority of the city, and we can't, when we're presented with questions about permits or applications for permits, we can only base our review and our issuance or rejection of a permit request based on the criteria over which we have the authority and jurisdiction, which again, through PDSD or our other departments, doesn't apply to the issues at hand here. I do know that TFD, as mentioned, I think by Director Nelson, has been involved in the review of the containment of the hazardous material. But again, as you've already indicated, your concerns are about the catastrophic event and or the transportation of the materials, et cetera. And I do know that Chief Ryan is on the meeting today. I don't know that he has anything to add to what I've just described. And I don't have anything to add beyond, I don't think that we have any regulatory authority.
So Chief Ryan is going to say, he's going to affirm what you just said correctly, that their review was containment on the site. That's only a part of the issue. I just cannot buy that, setting aside this project, that company X wants to move into the city of Tucson and they're bringing a highly toxic chemical that we know is going to be more significantly regulated in the very near future, and we can't say no. I just don't even buy that as a rational response from a governing body or a bureaucracy. It just feels, and the county, the same thing for the county. They're the health authority in this region, and the county health authority can't say this is everything that I've just been saying. This is a failure by government, I think, if we can't say no to this. And I think we gotta tap the brakes and say, wait a minute, we gotta study this more. ADOT's got to roll, the state's got to roll, federal regulatory agencies have got to roll, and they can't say no downstream. All the responsibility falls on the poor little city of Tucson to say yes to this. I think that's absolute BS.
Yeah, I agree with you, Councilmember Kozachik. I think that a couple of things, as Mr. Rankin has said, the city of Tucson has no regulatory authority and the location has the appropriate zoning. So, I mean, I'd like to make the floor available to Councilmember Lee, but I strongly support the EPA recommendations as a starting point for Pima County environmental quality to adapt them and to make sure that the continuous emissions monitoring happens. Whatever the county is, we've talked about this before, right? The regulatory authority is the EPA and Pima County environmental quality. And so they're the ones that hold the permitting process, and they're the ones that have to respond to this. So I would ask the same question, right? In terms of your frustration, like what is it that Pima County can do, being that they have regulatory authority of environmental quality and public health? So Councilmember Lee, and then I do see Director Nelson popping up.
Thank you, Mayor. This is tough. I appreciate all of the comments today. Like I said, we've been listening to the concerns as well and trying to understand what our role is in this, and what it sounds like here. And I see Director Nelson on as well. I guess if we have to package up the conversation, the only real thing that I see us doing is really just putting this into the hands of the county where it is, and requesting an update from the county. But I don't know what appropriate time that would be, just so we can continue to stay informed on this process, Mayor. So I'd like to maybe understand from Director Nelson when a good time would be to have them come back to us and maybe include that in some sort of a motion.
Go ahead, Director Nelson.
We'd be happy to come back at your convenience. I don't know what your meeting schedule is like. So as I said, we're currently in the process of reviewing the comments, and one of the key comments that we'll be reviewing is those from the Environmental Protection Agency. I would think that we could report back to you shortly after the holidays. I don't know if it would be at a meeting like this, or if you would like us to coordinate with your staff. Whatever your preferences is, we would be happy to do that. And let me just say that, it's always, in my career, it's been interesting that when I first got this job, I thought, wow, I'm in charge of air quality now, and I can make decisions about what I think should and shouldn't happen. And I actually remember that one of my first permits that I was asked to permit, which was not here in Arizona, but was for an expansion of an asphalt plant or a gravel facility. And I thought, well, that's a terrible location for a gravel plant. I'm going to say no, because that's just bad. And my staff pointed out to me very quickly, including our attorney, it's like, you don't have the discretion to decide that. If there's a company that applies and they meet the permitting requirements, you're obligated to issue those permits. And so through the years, I've come to appreciate the fact that it's probably, it makes things very, from a regulatory perspective, there's certainty for companies when they apply that if they meet, it's not a personality test whether I like them or not, or whether I think it's a good thing or not. If they meet those environmental requirements, then they are allowed to have an operating permit. And that's what the case is with this facility. It's not, for me, in my position, and I realize there are many other factors at play, but for my department's authority, if they come and they meet the air quality permitting requirements, then we are obligated to issue them a permit. And as I said, we're going to work really hard to address those pieces that we do control, which is looking at the monitoring and the record keeping and things like the continuous emissions monitor. So we will do whatever we can to make sure that, to the extent that we are likely to issue this permit, I'll just say that we have every assurance, at least, that they are in compliance. And I realize that doesn't address the catastrophic issues that Mayor and Council that you're concerned about, but we will do within the scope of what we are authorized to do. We will do whatever we can. And as I said, we're happy to come back and report. And I have to tell you that it will likely not be me coming back, because I'm retiring January 4th.
Oh my goodness.
So yes. So thanks. Barbara Escobar is going to be the interim department director for Pima County, and she's also on this call, so she'll be ably able to come back to you, and carry on and give you the latest information.
Thank you. I do like the direction, Councilmember Lee, that you're moving in. I think that we have to work hand in glove with Pima County Department of Environmental Quality, because they are the regulatory agency, even though Director Nelson says that, they have to follow certain procedures for permitting. I do see City Manager Ortega's hand up.
Mayor, could I add just one more kind of thought.
Sure.
Also to address that gap we see with the transportation piece, maybe understanding from Chief Ryan about that particular year or that particular scenario, should it manifest off of the premises, what we would need to be prepared for. I think that would be helpful also when we come back to have this conversation next.
Yes. Mr. Ortega?
Thank you, Mayor. So a couple thoughts. One is, and Director Nelson, I know that the formal public comment period has ended, but given this conversation, I think it would be appropriate for us to send you a formal letter or comment on what we've heard here today for incorporation. And if you have to reject that because it missed the time, I think you understand the spirit and intent of doing that. Because the body, the mayor and council's body has given us some thoughts to consider. So that's the first thing. The second thing is, you mentioned that county administration is working on soliciting other regulatory agencies' comments and thoughts on what you can do. One of those pieces is the transportation, which I'm sure that folks have reached out to either ADOT or FTA, whoever's appropriate. That would be helpful as well. And so what we will do is provide you some formal commentary, and we'll include that as well. And we'll do our own review of the potential for regulating on city streets. That's all, Mayor. Thank you.
And I do see Mike Rankin's hand up, but I do, if Councilmember Lee, I don't know if you're making it in the form of a motion, what you just talked about, but I would strongly encourage us also to include the EPA's recommendations to Pima County, to make sure that Pima County is including the EPA's recommendations, which talks about the environmental justice analysis, the continuous emissions monitoring, and making data available to the public, as well as tracking the appropriate parameters in terms of emission rates, et cetera, et cetera. So I would highly recommend we include that too. Mr. Rankin, and then Councilmember Kozachik.
I'll be exceedingly brief, Mayor. The manager covered what I was intending to jump in, and just I will follow up with the fire department. There is a permitting procedure with respect to the transportation of hazardous materials within the city to ensure that it's compliant with certain federal and other legal requirements. So we will provide you with more information on that critical piece as we go forward.
Excellent. Councilmember Kozachik?
Real quickly, Scott Clark is on the call. I'd like to know where they are in the permitting, in the review process, and how long they feel that can take.
Honorable Mayor and Councilmember Kozachik, they are in their third cycle of review for the development package. They're probably within 21 days of being completed that.
Knowing that the emission standards are likely to be made more stringent in the near future, can we pause that process without getting ourselves in a legal bind?
I would defer that question to my attorney.
No, we can't delay our development package review based on potential future changes with respect to the federal standards, which I think we all know in some cases can take years to go through the process.
Alrighty, so I think, I don't know, Mr. Attorney or Mr. Manager, if you need a particular motion, or if you've heard the recommendations that our colleagues on the council have.
Mayor, I think we've got it pretty well in hand in terms of the comments. I know that council members Lee and Kozachik both had comments that we would like to get copies of so that we can make sure to include that. And I heard your commentary about including the EPA regulations with the proposed comments. So we can include all of that. Then we will formally transmit that to Pima County for consideration.
Okay. Well, thank you all so much for bringing this item to the agenda. We do have to move. Thank you so much, Director Nelson, for joining us and answering our questions. And congratulations on your retirement, on your soon retirement, and happy holidays. We really appreciate you being here.
Thank you. Happy holidays to you all as
Thank
well.
you.
We'll be
Thank
in touch.
We will. Thank you. We move on to item 5. Time has been set aside for the discussion relating to the appointment of a city clerk to succeed City Clerk Roger Randolph. Mr. Manager, I will take the pleasure as the mayor to be able to open up this item. Because this is an item that I didn't expect to have at this study session. It was requested by our city clerk, Roger Randolph, to be considered. I would like to first and most importantly thank Roger Randolph for the decades of service that he has given both the City of Tucson residents and mayor and council. His incredible work, 30 years plus as an employee of the City of Tucson in different capacities at the clerk's office. I've had the pleasure of working with him at least 14 years as a council member and 12 as a council member, and these 2 as mayor. I also had the pleasure of, as a council aide at Councilmember Karen Ulick's office, deal as an employee with the work of the city clerk's office. I just want to commend you, Roger, for your dedication, your impeccable work, your transparency to the public, and the amazing work that you and your team do to deliver fair and transparent elections to the residents of the City of Tucson. That primarily is one of your most important roles, and something that we all can be proud of, your dedication and your work, and how you run your elections, how secure they are. It's just incredible work that you have offered us. I want to congratulate you, and I know that you want us to address the concern of your succession today. And I think you have created an amazing succession plan, trained your staff to be able to take over when you did decide to retire. I personally would like to offer my colleagues a possible motion to elect Suzanne Message to proceed Mr. Roger Randolph. I know that in your heart of hearts, Roger, you want that to happen. You have trained Suzanne, and I know that she's absolutely, completely ready to take over. So that is something that I would love my colleagues on the council to hopefully move in the direction of. So with that, I see tons of hands going up in this call. So I do want to offer my colleague, Councilmember Fimbres, which I think was the first one to put his hand up, the floor, and then take it from there.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. First, I want to thank Roger Randolph for his work for the City of Tucson and for the clerk's office in our community. Mayor and Council, the City Manager, and the Department own Roger a debt of gratitude for his commitment to our city with the important work that the clerk's office conducts. For this current mayor and council, this will mark the first time we have had a transition in the leadership of the city clerk's office, a very important matter. The city clerk's office provides legislative information to various constituencies, including the mayor and council, city staff, and the public. The primary function of the office is to provide administrative, clerical, and logistical support to the mayor and council, coordinate and administer records management throughout the city, conduct regular and special municipal elections in conformance with federal, state, and city law and procedures, and administer the City of Tucson's campaign finance program. This is a person there is a person who has been at the clerk's office and dealt with that last transition as well, Suzanne Maish. In her distinguished career with the city of Tucson, Suzanne Maish has worked for the city clerk's office for 34 years. Suzanne has been there to assist the mayor and council through meetings with Roger. Randolph could not be present. She has answered the questions posed by the mayor and council on issues, procedures, and the process. This issue for me was the city of Tucson's vote by mail election system, for which council adopted in 2011 and celebrated its 10th anniversary, being the first and largest city in Arizona to conduct their elections as all vote by mail. I want to thank Roger Randolph for his 32 years of service, Suzanne Maish and Deborah Renon, again on this issue, having discussions with me and my office on how this could be done for the city of Tucson. I was proud then to make this motion on our all vote by mail elections, and proud Tucson had them in place, making this election process free from voter intimidation. Madam Mayor and colleagues on the council, our city needs to have an individual in place who can lead the clerk's office, as well as plan for the succession and leadership down the line. This person is Suzanne Maish. So I move that the mayor and council to direct the city manager to direct the city attorney to draft the resolution appointing Suzanne Maish as the city of Tucson's next city clerk effective February 2nd, 2022.
Yeah.
So there's a motion. Did I hear a second?
Second.
Yeah.
So there's a motion, second, and this Councilmember Fimbres is to write an ordinance in a future and place it in a future agenda, appointing Suzanne Maish to be our next city clerk, correct?
That's 10-4, Madam Mayor.
Excellent, excellent. So before we move on to continued input from my colleagues on the council, I do want to open up the floor to allow Roger to talk to us about his decision. It was a little bit of a quick turnaround that he wanted to make sure that we basically kept Suzanne, because Suzanne was thinking of leaving the city of Tucson. And so I just want to open up the floor to Roger to see what your thoughts are, Roger, and let us know your message, what you're thinking.
Thank you, Madam Mayor, members of the council. This has been a long time coming. I've been considering retiring for a while, but I wanted to make sure that not only was I ready to do so, but that the office intermittently and in long term was ready for that transition as well. After talking with Suzanne and her agreeing to stay on and help that transition, I felt comfortable in making my decision to retire. We have some amazing employees in the office that are right behind Suzanne and are going to be ready to step into her shoes when she does decide to retire. And so I think it's a really good time for me to step out of the way and give them the opportunity to fill in that role and gain that additional experience that they need for their future development as well. I want to thank the council for the 14 years that you've allowed me to serve you and the citizens. And I'm told Suzanne that I'll be available should she need a shoulder to cry on in the future. And we'll go from there. Like I said in my retirement letter, it's all my staff. They're an amazing group of people. You know, we're a little small office, but we do a tremendous amount of work, and without them, I wouldn't have been as successful as I've been. So I really appreciate them and thank them for their support.
Thank you, Roger. Now let's, everyone has their hand up, so I'll just go around the room. Council member, Vice Mayor, I'll start with Vice Mayor. Vice Mayor Santa Cruz, and then we'll just go down the row. We'll go to Council Member Cunningham after the Vice Mayor.
Hi, Roger. It's been such an honor to work, alongside you. I think even in like running for office and doing the check-ins with you and staff, y'all were just always so kind and helpful with all the information. We know that you have to be that way with everybody, but it always just made, you feel like extra taken care of. And then, during the transition into office, we've always felt like the clerk's, office could like help walk us through any kinds of questions and challenges, and that it was like our first stop, to troubleshooting. And so thank you so much for really creating like a culture of like being resourceful and being attentive and trying to be helpful instead of trying to put up roadblocks. That's been great. I know that y'all have been doing a lot with very little, and I hope that we can change that, in the coming year, so that staff is, supported, and the work of documentation and being transparent, as a city, that we're making that available and accessible to the public. So Roger, thank you so much for all your years. I'm excited for you to get some downtime, and not be so stressed out about the dinosaur technology that we have at City Hall. So thank you again, and look forward to una despedida, a going away celebration for all your time at the city.
Councilmember Cunningham.
Roger, congratulations on your retirement. You're one of the most outstanding clerks in the country. A lot of people know that. You leave the office with high regard. In fact, I've met different clerks around the country over the years, and I'm always so proud of the one we have, because I know that you measure up as far as a clerk and your level of professionalism, your level of conscientiousness that you put into this job. That I think it's unmatched. And not only do you leave as one of the best clerks in the nation, you also leave as one of the best department heads in the city. So we're sorry that your gain is our loss, but I really appreciate how you got Suzanne ready. I think I'm really excited for Suzanne as well. And one thing I can tell you, Roger, is that you handle yourself with a certain class and dignity that is a template for a lot of other people to follow. That level of professionalism is really important. So thank you for your service. I'm gonna miss you, brother. And I told you most of this on the phone when you let me know, but I can't tell you how much I can't thank you enough for the service you've given the city of Tucson.
Councilmember Dahl.
As a candidate and now a new council member, the city clerk's office was a surprise to me, is who I interact with a whole lot. And Roger, you were always helpful, kind. You laughed at my bad jokes, and you made me you helped me understand how things work. And the onboarding has been a success. To the degree that it's been a success, it's been you and your staff. I look forward. Thank you, and have a great retirement. Good luck with all your new projects. And likewise, I look forward to working with Suzanne, who I think has a lot of those same qualities and experience. And what a great thing that despite the great loss that we're facing, we have something to gain. So thank you for arranging that, and congratulations to Suzanne. That's all.
Thank you, Councilmember. Councilmember Lee.
Thank you, Mayor. I echo everything that everyone said. As the Vice Mayor said, the breadth of the work that the clerk's office does, you really are the first place that we go to when we're trying to figure out what in the world is going on. So I just want to acknowledge your stellar leadership. As the other colleagues have said, the way that you carry yourself, but also you're just so full of integrity, and that's so important in the office that you've held for all of these years. It's been a pleasure working with you. Best of luck, and congratulations to Suzanne. I look forward to working with her.
Councilmember Kozachik.
Yeah, I just want for the record everyone to know that I wrote everything Richard read. I wrote that for Richard, so all 12 pages of it. So he already said all my stuff. I accept that to say that I think it's important for the public to recognize what an important role the city clerk plays. They really are the quarterback on putting our meetings together, on putting elections together. And so the fact that we do this with so few glitches, and those glitches that the public sees are operator error, not coming out of Roger's office. And so I'm really grateful for all of what you do. And to Cunningham's point about your gain is our loss, Ward 6 office does not call Suzanne a loss. And so Suzanne, you come on over here anytime you want. And Cunningham wants to call you a loss, come on over here. We'll give you big hugs.
Oh, gee.
Suzanne, great.
I couldn't work in my mouth.
Great seeing your face, Suzanne. I hope you are ready for the challenge, because as all my colleagues have said, the clerk's office really is the portal to the residents of Tucson for their government, for their mayor and council, and for their ability to be able to come to us and call to the audience, to communicate with us via email. And really, like I said, the elections, which have always been conducted with immense transparency in the city of Tucson. And so congratulations. I think we all feel 100% supportive of you becoming our next City of Tucson clerk. So with that, there is a motion on the floor and there is a second. Councilmember Fimbres, I don't know if you answered, if you raised your hand again.
Yes, Madam Mayor, I want to thank Roger for his 32 years of service. Well done, Roger. Thank you so much. And I know you trained and mentored Suzanne, and she'll be filling right in, and she's another outstanding individual that will do us well, lead us into the next level. Madam Mayor, with that, I call for the question.
So all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. Congratulations, Roger. Thank you so much for your service. And congratulations, Suzanne. I look forward to our work together. Thank you all so much. We move on to item 6. Thank you, Suzanne. And Merry Christmas. I think that's a great, for both of you, that's a great Christmas present. Item 6, state and national legislation. Are there any national and state or regional committee issues for discussion or a report? And I do see Andrew Greenhill with us.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor, honorable mayor, members of the council. I've distributed information on updates on state and federal items in response to questions from Council Member Fimbres. Those are distributed to mayor and council yesterday. I'm happy to answer any questions on those. Just a couple of additional items real quickly here. First, just to fill in something that came up earlier in today's study session, President Biden did make a speech today on the COVID-19 issue and the Omicron variant. I'd say the highlights from his address are that he's making available 1,000 military medical personnel to help with Omicron-related issues around the country. And then also he announced that the federal government will be purchasing 500 million home COVID rapid tests that will be available for distribution. They will begin to be available in January. And as we receive more information about how residents can access those tests, we'll provide that to mayor and council. And then one last thing, just to mention as a heads up, your next scheduled council meeting or study session is January 11th. That is the day after the 2022 state legislative session begins. So as we've done in previous sessions, I will be bringing bills to mayor and council for your consideration, and we will start that process at your next meeting on January 11th. With that, Mayor, I'm happy to answer any questions.
We don't have time for additional questions. Councilmember Fimbres, can you ask the questions to Mr. Greenhill after the...
Not a problem, Madam Mayor. I see that there's movement on the border for the Postal Center. I see there's also looking at medical issues with the firemen and the PFAS issue. Thank you, Michael. Thank you,
Thank you so
Andrew.
much, council member. Really appreciate it. Thank you, Andrew. Appreciate it. We move on to item 7. Does anyone have items to remove from the consent agenda?
The sugar skulls.
Alrighty. So what is that item?
F, I think. Was the last one added.
I believe it's 7.
Item 7F.
Okay, so we will do
Removing
that.
it?
Removing it from consent agenda to be considered separately for questions.
Okay.
We move on to item 8. Does anyone have any future agenda items to add at this time? Hearing none, study session is adjourned. And what I'll do is I will give you 15 minutes, a little bit of a break so you can stretch your legs, have a little bit of dinner, and then join us at 6 p.m. Good. Alrighty. Thank you so much. I'll see you at 6. Hi, Mr. Clerk. The Board of Commissioners, yes. Are you ready?
Yes, ma'am.
Okay. The Board of Commissioners of the City of Tucson Public Housing Authority will stand in session. Mr. Clerk, let's go to roll call.
Mick Santa Cruz,
Here.
Mr. Cunningham,
Here.
Mr. Dahl,
Here.
Mrs. Lee,
Here.
Mr. Fimbres,
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Here. Here.
Mr. Mohammed,
Absent.
Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2.
Public Housing Authority Monthly Board Report.
City Manager's PHA Communication number 27 dated December 21st is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the monthly board report?
So moved.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? The motion to approve the monthly board report passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 3.
Public Housing Authority Write-Off Uncollectible Tenant Accounts Receivable Approval, Resolution Number PHA 2021-013.
City Manager's PHA Communication number 28 dated December 21st is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read Resolution PHA 2021-015 by number and title only.
Resolution Number PHA 2021-015 relating to Public Housing Authority authorizing the write-off of certain uncollectible accounts and declaring an emergency.
What is the board's pleasure?
Mayor, I'll move that we adopt resolution number PHA 2021-015.
I'll second that.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Nick Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham, Mr. Dahl,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
and Mayor Romero.
Aye. Resolution PHA 2021-015 passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 4.
Approval of Public Housing Authority minutes.
City Managers PHA Communication Number 26 dated December 21st is received into and made part of the record. Is there a motion to approve the minutes of the November 23rd, 2021 meeting?
Don't move, Your Honor.
There is a motion. Can I get a second?
Second, Madam Mayor.
Any further discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion passes. The motion to approve the minutes of the November 23rd, 2021 meeting passes by a vote of 7-0. Item 5.
Adjournment.
The meeting of the Board of Commissioners is adjourned. The Mayor and Council will now convene our regular meeting. Alrighty. Council will stand in session. Roll call.
Nick Santa Cruz,
Here.
Mr. Cunningham,
Here.
Mr. Dahl,
Here.
Mrs. Lee,
Here.
Mr. Fimbres,
Here.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Here.
Mayor Romero.
Here. Item 2.
Invocation and appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
The invocation will be given by Ana Marrufo, staff member for the City of Tucson's clerk office. Ms. Marrufo?
Thank you, Mayor Romero. Can you hear me?
Yes.
Thank you. Lord, we pray for all government officials and especially for the leaders of our city. We pray for this mayor and council that they may truly respect the needs of the people and work in harmony for the advancement of all men, women, and children of our city. Grant to all men and women the gift of respect for all the actions of the mayor and council. May mayor and council work to form true bonds of unity and work together to improve the quality of all in our city. Amen.
Amen. Item 2D.
Appointments to boards, committees, and commissions.
I don't think we have any appointments today, so City Manager's Communication Number 378 dated December 21st is received into and made part of the record. Are there any personal appointments to be made at this time?
Yes, Madam Mayor. I'd like to reappoint to the Ward 5 representatives the following people: June Webb Vigneri, Dr. June Webb Vigneri to the Human Rights Commission, Larry Pagel to the Greens Committee. I'd also like to appoint the following people to the Ward 5 representatives of the following committees: Willie Blake to the Small Minority and Women-Owned Business Commission, and Ronnie Rayner to the Tucson Convention Center Commission. Thank you, Madam Mayor.
Thank you, Council Member. Any others? Alrighty, let's move on to item 3.
Mayor and council report summary of current events.
City Manager's Communication Number 379 dated December 21st is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow members of the Mayor and Council to report on current events. These are to be current events of activities within the community, not position statements on policy issues. I know Mayor and Council have reports for current events. So what we'll do is I'm going to mix it up instead of going down the line. I am going to start with Council Member Cunningham.
Your Honor, I only have 2. Well, I want to wish everybody a happy holidays and let everybody know that it's going to be one of those Christmases again when we may not get to see everybody we want. Also that this Omicron thing's kind of ruining everything. So you know, I want to acknowledge that and just stay safe over the holidays. couple but I do have one personal privilege I want to make, and that is that I want to congratulate the 7th grade 13U Apex Athletics basketball team for winning the 13U holiday tip-off this weekend at the Sporting Chance Center in Tucson. And the reason I like that team so much is because my son plays on it. So congratulations to my son Kyle and his friends for their success in the tournament.
Councilmember Kozachik?
Just everyone have a safe and happy holiday season coming up. We'll see you all next year.
Vice Mayor Santa Cruz?
Hi, thank you, Mayor. Keeping mine super short and sweet. I just wanted to acknowledge that today, December 21st, is winter solstice, where we experience the longest night, the longest night and the shortest day. And hopefully we all take, time to reflect, think about this past year and set some intentions for this coming year. And then finally that on December 31st, Fuga will be doing the last ride of the year. And instead of it being on the evening like they usually are, because it's New Year's Eve, the ride will be at 9:30 in the morning out of the El Pueblo Neighborhood Center, and it'll be about a 14-mile ride. So I hope to see some of y'all there. Thank you.
That is awesome. If the bike that I asked Santa for arrives, I will join you, Vice Mayor.
You lose too many bikes. I don't know what's going on over here.
Next, as Councilmember Fimbres.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I want to thank the Pascua Yaqui Nation, Vice Chairman Robert Valencia, Councilmember Maria Jane Guananame, Maestro David Dominguez, Diocese of Tucson, Bishop Gerald Quincanes, Monsignor Raul Trevito, and St. John's, Father Robert Gonzalez, St. John's, for helping us to ensure the success of the special Mass held at St. John's the Evangelist Catholic Church. I also want to thank the members of the Pascua Yaqui tribe, elders, and youth who performed dances for the Mass and took part in the ceremony as well. I also want to thank all those who attended the special Mass on December 9th. On December 17th, I had the privilege of recognizing and honoring teachers and staff from the 21 schools at the Sunnyside School District. They have many challenges to be able to teach their students during the COVID-19 pandemic and have done so. I want to thank Sunnyside School District Superintendent Steve Holmes, Sunnyside Board Member Matthew Taylor, and Sunnyside High School Principal Ricky Torres for taking part. Education is the key to success. Also on Saturday, December 18th, Tucson Firefighters Labor Group, IFFA, Local 479, distributed food boxes to families in need for the Christmas holiday. I want to thank the mayor for being there and helping distribute food boxes. My office worked with the IFFA to distribute 170 food boxes to families in Ward 5. I want to thank Josh Campbell and the IFFA for their effort, which was funded from proceeds from their chili cook-off and for the work they held those in need in our community. On December 18th, Arizona United Hearts had their shoe and jacket distribution at schools in Ward 5. And Ward 5 surrounds, including Sunnyside Community, Southside Community Schools, Summit View, Drexel, Mission View, and Sunnyside Head Start. Ward 5 Council helped with the event. I want to thank Lupita Robles for helping organize that, along with Maria Cardenas. Congratulations to both of them and the group of volunteers. I also had the privilege of attending and speaking to the Tucson Hot West Wreaths Across America ceremony at Holy Hope this last Saturday. I thank Lorena Obregon and the American Gold Star Mothers, Tucson Gold Star Mothers, and the Maria Marin, Ernest, and Genevieve Gallego from Newman Center, and the organizations that organized the ceremony to place wreaths on the graves of veterans. I want to thank everyone who took part in the ceremony and everyone who came out to place wreaths. Congressman Cassandra Becerra from Congressman Grijalva's office was at the event, and I want to thank her for her moving words, what she said at the assembly. I also want to wish Christina Ochoa a very happy 85th birthday. Representative Christina awarded for her certificate and medallion on Saturday. Thank you, Madam Mayor. That's all I have. Merry Christmas to my colleagues and to all the citizens of our great city. Be safe and stay healthy, and wear a mask when you're with gatherings. God bless you all.
Absolutely. Thank you, Councilmember Fimbres. Councilmember Dahl.
Thank you, Madam Mayor. I felt like a city council person in reality for the first time on Saturdays. I went to several great events. I helped with neighbors from Rito Bend Neighborhood Association prune trees and remove invasive species from Rio Vista Natural Resources Park. I got to the Tucson Firefighters Association Adopt a Family program just in time to see that our mayor was helping, and got a picture of her, and she looks great doing it. What a wonderful program that they do. Later on, the Limberlost Neighborhood Association was celebrating their renewal and restoration of a fabulous mural that's 20 years old, that's along a wall on Stone Avenue. The celebration was hosted at the Hem and Herb Bridal, a neighboring business. I missed one. Thank you, Councilman Cunningham, for letting me know, unfortunately too late, that there was a great cleanup at McCormick Park in my ward. Finally, a shout out to UA astronomer Greg Leonard, Ward 3 member, for the discovery of what's called Comet Leonard. This is his 13th comet that he's discovered, but it was a real bright one. And every night I went out to see it, it was cloudy or I was interrupted and it was gone. But congratulations to those who saw the brightest comet this year, named after Tucson and Greg Leonard. Thank you.
That is so neat. First and foremost, I want to wish my colleagues on the council, their staffs, their families, a beautiful holiday season. I hope that you all scheduled some time off, because we all work very hard, and 2021 was an incredible year, full of good news and not so good news. You know, we continue to see the COVID-19 pandemic continue to ravage our community across Arizona and the country. But we also saw very good things. We saw here in the city of Tucson, we are very well financially. We gave our employees a historic raise. We had the opportunity to give everyone a $1,000 retention bonus. We rolled out EV buses so that we could diversify our bus fleet in the city of Tucson. We passed an EV readiness roadmap. We changed the name of Los Reales landfill to Los Reales Sustainability Campus, and we're doing a lot of work to use the resources in that campus to reuse and recycle. We have a new chief of police that was approved unanimously just the last meeting we had. We have so many things to be thankful for. And we have an incredible city manager that has led us through this effort, bringing us to a stable financial position. We are building fire stations, rebuilding our roads. You know, there's so much to be thankful for that we have in 2021. Not everything is rosy though. We have challenges ahead of us in 2022, and we've got to work on them, and we've got to find solutions together as a team. But I have full confidence in my colleagues on the council, full confidence in our city manager and our city attorney, in our outgoing and incoming city clerk, in our new chief of police, every single department director, that they have listened to our community and to mayor and council in terms of the vision that we want, and the difficult solutions that we have to find to make sure that we move our city in the best and most progressive, sustainable manner as we move forward. So I just wanted to thank all of you for your hard work. And I know that with all your smarts and your brains, we can move in a positive, progressive forward-thinking direction for our community. So yeah, just wanted to wish you a happy holidays, and I hope you have a restful holiday season, and I'm ready to work with all of you in 2022. And as I usually like to say, we are one, somos uno. Let's keep moving forward. A point of personal privilege, I would like to announce that I have hired an incredibly talented young man, Victor Mercado, as my communications and policy advisor. Victor joins our team having served in various communications roles in the energy, education, and nonprofit sectors. Victor served as the marketing and business development principal for Illume Advising, a national research consultancy that supports public and investor-owned utilities, state energy programs, and government entities as they transition to clean energy. Victor was previously the public information officer for Sunnyside Unified School District, and Victor also served at the YWCA of Southern Arizona. He's a very well-respected member of Southern Arizona, and I'm very excited to have someone of his caliber in our team to help tell the story of the city of Tucson as a sustainable, economically vibrant, and progressive city. So I'd like to welcome Victor Mercado to our team. Also, one other, I would highly encourage you and the community to visit, to check out the Tucson community, where is it? It is, I invite the Tucson community to visit the Wrapped in Color Legacies of the Mexican Sarape exhibit curated by Zapotec textile artist Porfirio Gutierrez at the Arizona State Museum. His exhibit explores the history, color, design of the iconic Mexican Saltillo Sarape. For more information, please visit the Arizona State Museum website. And last but not least, I encourage our entire community to check out the Tucson Delivers quarterly newsletter. You can find the newsletter at www.tucsondelivers.tucsonaz.gov. This newsletter will keep you updated on the 2 voter-approved initiatives, one funded through the half-cent sales tax and the other one through bonds. And in there, you will see that the projects that we've delivered to the Tucson community. For example, the Main Gate and Granada Avenue improvement project from Speedway to Congress, the 6th Avenue protected bike lane outreach. Construction has started on the Michigan Fair Cherry Greenway, Bantam and Calle Albert bicycle boulevards, fire stations that are being rebuilt like Station 8, 9, and 10, and stations that are being remodeled like Stations 3 and 14. So looking forward to a wonderful new year and lots of work with you as we approach 2022. Councilmember Cunningham, you have your hand up.
Your Honor, I wanted to defer to Nikki Lee. I don't think she got to go, and I thought she could make the announcement about the Shirley.
Oh, Councilmember Lee, I am so sorry. I skipped you. I shouldn't be skipping around in the announcements. Go ahead.
I was just rolling with it, but no, as Councilmember Cunningham said, last week we had a really nice ceremony for former Ward 4 Councilmember Shirley Scott with renaming the South Houghton Area Recharge Project in her name, which was an amazing day. Many of my colleagues were there, and it was a really nice special event. And Mayor, the only other thing I was actually going to say is a lot along the lines of what you said. Just wanted to give a shout out and a nod to all of our city employees this year. It's been a really hard year. I hope you all can rest, find some downtime, and thank you for everything you've done this year to keep us moving forward. Looking forward to a good new year. So thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Paul.
Thank you, Councilmember, and I'm so sorry. I missed you. I should just stay at 1 through 6. Item 4.
City Manager's Report, Summary of Current Events.
City Manager's Communication number 380 dated December 21st is received into and made part of the record. This time has been scheduled to allow the City Manager to report on current events. Mr. Manager?
Thank you, Mayor. No report other than to say again, happy holidays. Hope everybody does get some time. It's been a tough year, but a lot of great accomplishments, and thank you for your leadership as a team. I feel very blessed to have this opportunity, so thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Item 5.
Liquor license applications, report from City Manager.
City Manager's Communication number 381 dated December 21st is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read the liquor license agenda.
Yeah, on this evening's liquor license agenda under item 5B, we have 3 requests for a new license and 3 requests for person location transfer. Item 5B2 is now in compliance with city requirements. Item 5B5 is not in compliance with both PDSD and the city clerk's office, so that item will be considered separately. So appropriate motion would be to forward licenses 5B1 through 4 and 6 to the State Liquor Board with a recommendation of approval.
So moved.
There is a motion
Second.
and there is a second. Any discussion? Hearing none. All those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Any opposed? Motion carries. We move on to, are we considering one separately, Roger?
Yes, Your Honor. Item 5B5, the Rustics is located in Ward 5. Planning and Development Services, as indicated, is not in compliance with city requirements. Additionally, they have not paid their licensing fees to my office, so we show them in not in compliance as well.
Okay. So what is the pleasure of the council member from Ward 3?
I move that we, what's the correct word, City Clerk? Disallow this liquor.
Denial. Yes.
That we deny this liquor application.
Second.
There is a motion. Is there a second?
Steve second.
Yeah.
There's a motion and
Yes,
a second.
Ron.
I'm sorry, I lost my lights here. If any discussion on the motion? Hearing none, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Opposed? Motion passes. Alrighty, we move on to item 6.
Call to the audience.
At this time, the public is allowed to address the mayor and council on any issue, except for items scheduled for a public hearing at this meeting. Speakers are limited to 3-minute presentations, and call to the audience is scheduled to last for no more than 30 minutes. Pursuant to Arizona Open Meeting Law, individual council members may ask the city manager to review the matter, ask the matter be placed on a future agenda, or respond to criticism made by speakers. However, the mayor and council may not discuss or take any legal action on matters raised during call to the audience. I have 2 individuals that have put their name down for call to the audience. Mr. Clerk, I have Mr. Art Cake, I believe the last name is.
I do not see him on, Your Honor.
The other person I have is Steve Dolan.
Good evening.
Yes, Your Honor.
Go
Can you hear
ahead.
me okay?
Yes, go ahead, Mr. Dolan.
Happy holidays and thank you for this opportunity. Enjoy future life, Mr. Roger Randolph. No more mute control. I am Steve Dolan. I live in the Tucson Mountains. I'm not a paid speaker. During the holidays, take time to drive and see 3 things to think of ways to improve Tucson. First, Sunnyside School area, large vacant parcels. This autumn season, I worked with art teachers and principals at several Sunnyside schools. As contest chair, I'm happy that Maylene Badia, a 7th grader at Gallego Intermediate School, won the state competition, and her artwork is now in Chicago competing in the worldwide Lions International Peace Poster Contest. While driving in the Sunnyside area, I saw many, many large vacant parcels of mostly creosote bush that are excellent infill development locations for affordable housing. Second, 60 acres at 36th and La Cholla. Drive west on Ajo Way, turn north on La Cholla to 44th Street. To the west, up to 36th Street, are 60 acres of private property with Enchanted Hills Wash, desert wildlife, hundreds of cacti, over 1,000 saguaros, and beautiful views from the Tucson Mountains foothills. The 60 acres across from Pima County, Tucson Mountain Park, are next to Kennedy Park and should be a park expansion of open space and low-maintenance desert trails. If a new development proposal for 36 and La Cholla is similar to the last 170 lot proposal, then you will hear the same neighborhood residents' opposition and public meeting priorities for open space and a park. The 60 acres are at the city-county border, so it is not infill, and the city should not promote urban sprawl. Third, large metal Tucson electric poles ruining the sky views all over Tucson. Last week, TEP won their variance request for more and larger poles above ground versus underground utilities required by the city's code for scenic corridor zone at Silver Bell Road. TEP used archaeology as an excuse, but never explored any options to protect both cultural and scenic resources. For a month now, Tucson Water has worked underground at Silver Bell Road with no archaeology monitors. Also, TEP is trying to change the city code for a gateway corridor zone at the Keno transmission line. TEP would rather change the city's regulations than follow the city's code for underground utilities. Tucsonans need electricity, especially during the holidays. We do not want large TEP power poles endangering our safety and views along city roads and our Tucson skies. Mayor and council could talk to TEP executives, but they only consider costs or profits and do not care about Tucson's quality of life. Immediate action to improve these three things in Tucson is for Mayor and council to direct Planning and Development Services Department to guide development for infill in the Sunnyside area, for example, and not within 2 miles of the city-county border. Also tell PDSD to enforce gateway and scenic corridor zone requirements and not work with TEP to weaken the city code. Merry Christmas and Happy New Year to everyone. Thank you.
Thank you so much. I do not have any other people listed that want to speak at call to the audience. Mr. Clerk, do you have any other?
No, Your Honor.
All righty, so we're done with our call to the audience. We move on to item 7.
Consent agenda items A through F.
Reports from the city manager on the consent agenda are received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read the consent agenda.
Your Honor, on this evening's consent agenda, item A is approval of minutes. Item B is mayor and council amending the 2022 mayor and council meeting schedule. Item C is finance write-off of uncollectible accounts receivable. Item D, Your Honor, has been continued at the request of staff. Item E is housing and community development, housing affordability strategy for Tucson adoption. Item F is an amendment to the license agreement with the Tucson Sugar Skulls to provide additional seating capacity and allow for sports gaming. This item will be considered separately at the request of Councilmember Kosagic. That's the extent of the consent agenda, Your Honor. Appropriate motion would be to approve items A through C and E.
May I have a motion, please?
Your Honor, consent agenda items for the last time this year.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Kosagic?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero?
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Dahl?
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres?
Aye.
The items on the consent agenda are approved by a vote of 7-0. We're considering agenda item 7F separately, and That was at the request of Councilmember Kosacic. Go ahead, Council.
Thanks. I just have a couple of questions because this is rushed. We, as I understand it, have to get the Sugar Skulls have to get an application in before the end of the calendar year, or they won't be able to get a license in calendar 22. My concerns, not concerns, or questions about the contract itself. So the magic threshold for eligibility for a gaming license is 10,000 seats. We have a capacity of about 6,700 in the TCC when it's set up for the Sugar Skulls events. My understanding is that we're setting aside seating in some of the exhibition halls to make up that difference. That doesn't strike me as being consistent with the spirit of the gaming law, and I just wonder how the city attorney feels about that, and what events or activities are going to take place in the X halls, so that we can legitimately establish a nexus between what's happening in the arena and there, if that's even necessary. That's one question.
Councilmember Kosacic and all of Mayor and Council, and yes, this is on the agenda because it's got this short fuse, and you've characterized it exactly correctly. The magic threshold is 10,000 seats of seating capacity for individual games. The other magic criteria is that the sports team involved in the event is in the highest league in its profession, and so in our instance, that's the only potentially eligible licensee for these gaming licenses would be the Tucson Sugar Skulls. The Gaming Commission already has previewed this question about whether, if we add additional seating capacity by way of the X halls, whether that they would deem that as satisfying the eligibility criteria for the applications, and they have confirmed that it would.
Okay. All right. Good. Will the betting on Greyhound racing be allowed under the license if it's granted, or can we restrict that?
Councilmember Kosacic, I don't believe so. The way I read it, that type of racing is under a separate type of license, including for off track. Nonetheless, because this is also new to me, I would suggest that if you do authorize the lease amendment to enable the Sugar Skulls to pursue this license, that as part of the amendment, we address that specifically and say that if a license is obtained, that no gaming, betting, et cetera, relating to dog racing would be allowed.
The amendment, the agreement that we have in front of us references certain funding for scholarships, and so questions about how that's going to be awarded, to whom, what are the criteria, who drives that, what's the level of funding, those kinds of questions.
Councilmember Kosacic, yes, and I think I saw Kathy Guy. I do see Kathy Guy on the list of participants, and the Sugar Skulls have already indicated a willingness to commit to funding both for through donation of equipment to youth who don't otherwise have access to equipment, as well as the funding of scholarships to underserved and or needy youth to allow them to participate in sports activities, both at the high school and potentially at the college level. The level of funding we were talking about was combined $125,000 with a split between the 75, I think it was 50,000 in the equipment and 75,000 on the scholarship end. But that is one of the items that remains to be finalized in terms of negotiations. My intention would be through the license agreement amendment that we would just identify the commitment to that level of funding, and then we would come back to the mayor and council in terms of the process you would want to set up for the distribution of those funds, which could be accomplished outside of the license agreement.
Okay. Well, hang on. How long is the license good for? And sorry, Kathy, don't freak out, but what happens if the team folds?
So the license agreements under the new, and these are new statutes based on the change in the law over the last couple of years that allows sports gaming. So under the statutes and then the rules that were promulgated under the statutes, the licenses are up to good for up to an initial period of 5 years. However, both the statutes and the administrative rules provide that if a license is awarded, the licensee has to maintain the all of the requirements which made it eligible to apply for the license. So if they were to fold, then the license would go into suspension and ultimately into revocation.
And is something about the operation has to be within 5 miles of the venue or something like that?
Yeah, there's a proximity requirement with respect to, so what have typically happened with other licensees throughout the state, and there's a limited set of licenses that can be issued statewide. There's only 10 of these, and then an additional 10 that are set aside for the tribal nations and their operations. So for these types of licenses, there can be no more than 10 statewide that are issued. And once they are issued, the licensee can operate both a mobile platform, which is a phone app betting, and or a physical location for gaming, a sports book. And as you've probably read or in the paper or seen in the news, that Casino del Sol has opened their sports book in connection with this type of license. And what the statutes and regulations require is that physical location for a sports book has to be located within a 5-block radius of the arena or the facility at which the team holds its sporting events. So it would have to be within that close proximity to the TCC arena.
And so will we get another agenda item later on asking us to approve a license at a particular, Sam's Club or whatever, Sam's Bar or whatever? Club Congress, something within.
I don't think that they once they get the license, and initially they would just use the mobile application. But the intent, and certainly in our conversations with the Rio Nuevo district, who's the other party to these agreements, in working with the Sugar Skulls, is to identify a physical location for a sports book as well. And the hope is to do that within the term of the existing license agreement, so within the next 3 years that we have with the Sugar Skulls. So if that location is determined later on, we would come back to the mayor and council to let you know. I don't think that they would need to apply for a new separate gaming license, because the gaming license allows the physical sports book as long as it meets the other qualifications. But we would certainly come back to the mayor and council for your direction and approval with respect to that new location.
Okay, final one is because of the timing, and we don't have another meeting before now in the end of the year. Is it your intention then to just draft the ordinance and bring, there's nothing to bring back to us then, so would we just give direction tonight? For instance, I would want a caveat that no simulcast of dog racing be drawn into it.
Yes, and in fact, it would be express direction tonight that would authorize the manager to execute any of the associated agreements, and it would include the conditions that are listed in the mayor and council communication. So, which include the amendment would provide for the sufficient seating capacity as described, that it would establish a revised rental payment based on the additional square footage that they would have access to on game days. It would result also in the Sugar Skulls foregoing one of their existing contractual rights, which is they could get a 50% share of any naming rights revenues. And they're willing to forego that in connection with being able to get the license. And they would do that contingent on the gaming license being issued. Another condition would relate to the Sugar Skulls setting aside and distributing not less than 300 tickets per game at no cost to disadvantaged youth, as well as the provision of the funding we described earlier in the form of the equipment donation and or scholarships to be funded by the team. And it would also memorialize the intention of the parties, which is the city, Rio Nuevo, and the Skulls, to establish that in-person sports book within the 5-block radius as described in the statutes. Based on your questions, the additional appropriate direction would also include making it clear in the license amendment that if the Sugar Skulls are successful in acquiring the license and or their designee, typically the teams partner with one of the phone app companies in order, because that's their business, they know how to operate that platform, that they and their partners would not allow betting either on site or via the mobile platform for dog racing, and that would be it.
Okay, well, I'm not a big sports gaming guy, but it's the law, and with that, I'd move the item forward with those conditions.
Second.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion?
Couple things, Your Honor.
Go ahead, council member.
In speaking with some of the Sugar Skulls people on this, we also have the opportunity that hopefully that the phone app they use will be through our tribal casinos that are local instead of MGM or Caesars. We can't really regulate that, but we've encouraged them, and they're going to make a good faith effort to do that. The other thing is on the 50-75, there are multiple different youth sports programs that can put that forward so that kids can play without having to pay some of the fees and some of the bigger clubs. And that's a really big deal right now. We're always chasing money for that. And then not just in football, but in club basketball, club baseball, sports. So, and softball as well. Volleyball gets really expensive. So we've had that discussion as well. So I think they're making this in good faith, and I just wanted to express my support for the ordinance.
So that last piece that Paul mentioned is the piece you'd be bringing back for, discussion about the allocation of the process. Okay, cool.
And
Yes.
colleagues, I just wanted to make sure that you all understood that I allowed this item to come late, and I know it was late delivery for all of us. I know that the owners of the Sugar Skulls were pretty good about reaching out to your offices just to let you know that this was happening. And in my conversations with both Kathy and Kevin, they assured me that they wanted to do the right thing, and it was them that brought up the idea of putting money into scholarships and athletics programs within our school districts, and working with Sunnyside Foundation and Educational Enrichment Foundation for TUSD and other school districts that have a foundation to help students with not just their athletics, but also very preliminary and elementary needs that these kiddos need. So they have the best intentions towards investing in our youth and our children, and also for scholarships and internships from the University of Arizona. The other thing that we have to think about when it comes to this particular license, I'm not a gaming person. I don't even know how it all works, but the law as written by the state legislature really gives a big advantage to the Phoenix metropolitan area for these licenses. They only allowed for 20 licenses. 10 of those licenses go to our casinos that are Native nations, and the other 10 go out to professional sports teams with arenas that have availability of 10,000 seats. That we don't have any arenas outside of the Phoenix metro area that have more than 10,000 seats. And so the way that the Sugar Skulls were able to answer that request was to amend our lease agreement. And we, the city of Tucson, with the partnership of Rio Nuevo, make 10,000 seats available in the area of our arena. And so I felt it was very important that, one, that I connect with our native nations, which are the Pascua-Yaqui tribe and the Tohono O'odham Nation. They did not find concern with this particular license. And then two, that Southern Arizona have one of these licenses because the licenses are going to be available in the state, and funds are going to go to the Phoenix metropolitan area. So those are the reasons why I wanted to make sure that we had this particular request at this meeting. There was also a timeline that we had to abide by the end of the year, I think was when we needed this lease agreement and this access to the available seats. So that's a little bit of the history of why we all received this item late. But the conversation will continue, and the owners of the Sugar Skulls are very, very open to, bringing money to Southern Arizona, but also to contributing to our community. So with that, there's a motion and a second. If there's no further discussion, all those in favor of the motion signify by saying aye.
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 Aye. Any opposed? Motion passes. Thank you so much. We move on to item 8.
Zoning C92002, Catalina Highway Casitas, Catalina Highway SR and RX1 to R2. Ordinance adoption, ordinance number 11896.
City Manager's communication number 387 dated December 21st is received into and made part of the record. This is a request to rezone approximately 12.44 acres located on the west side of Catalina Highway, north of Tanque Verde Road. The preliminary development plan proposes development of 126 luxury casitas. The zoning examiner and staff recommend approval of SR and RX1 to R2 zoning. Is the applicant or representative present?
Yes, Madam Mayor, this is Lexi Wellett from the Planning Center. Thank you.
Thank you so much for being here, Lexi. Are you agreeable to the proposed requirements?
Yes, Madam Mayor, we are.
Excellent. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11896 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11896 relating to zoning, amending zoning district boundaries in the area located on the west side of the Catalina Highway, approximately 1,405 feet north of Tanque Verde Road in case C92002, Catalina Highway Casitas, Catalina Highway SR and RX1 to R2, and setting an effective date.
Councilmember Cunningham, what is the pleasure to move on this item?
Yeah, Your Honor, we voted on this rezoning before. It was unanimous. There were some neighbor issues regarding a road and some conditions that the developer has abided to. This represents a contiguous casita project next to apartments that are already there right north of the city. The landowners are involved, and the other piece that's pretty cool is we may get to convey a natural existing pond someday. So hopefully that'll come to fruition, but if not, we're having the discussion. So I move the item.
Second.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Councilmember Dahl.
Madam Mayor, thank you. When I read the materials, I had some concerns and questions, and I recognize that I'm coming late to this discussion. I had a great opportunity to speak with Councilmember Cunningham, and he was able to fill me in on some of the hard work that he and staff have done to make this a better project. But I still want to state my concerns, and I'm not going to oppose this, but I am going to abstain. When I look at it, it seems very dense in an inappropriate space in the valley on a highway, beautiful highway that leads to our mountains. And I'm not sure that the city is getting enough for the gift of this rezoning. So this is the sort of thing I'm going to think about moving forward on other rezonings. This is an opportunity where we could have asked for climate change, green infrastructure. We could get some more for the gift of this rezoning, and it's a gift. And I know we get impact fees, but those are to offset impacts of this dense place that will require fire service and parks, et cetera. So again, the question is, going forward, can we get more out of our development community to achieve the goals as a city that we want to achieve, and not always, get little things? Let's envision what the city should look like and how we move forward to accomplish our goals. But I am going to abstain, and I'm not going to object. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilmember Dahl. I just want to clarify a couple of things. One, maybe the city attorney can clarify. As I understand it, mayor and council cannot abstain from votes, Mr. Attorney.
Thank you, Mayor. The only time a council member can abstain is when they have a conflict of interest and are not qualified or eligible to vote. So if a council member passes twice, then it's counted as an affirmative vote.
He could leave the meeting.
With the permission of the chair, yes.
So, Councilmember Dahl, you either have to, if you pass twice, if you abstain twice, the lights are going to go off. If you pass twice, it's a yes vote.
Well,
so
okay, to resolve this, I'll vote no with a nudge, nudge, wink, wink.
Okay, you can do that.
We'll know that I'm not trying to be obstructionist. I just want to make a point. Thanks.
That's okay. That's okay. Absolutely. I just wanted to make sure that you understood the protocol.
This is a steep learning curve, and I appreciate everybody's help in this regard. Thank you.
No problem. No problem. So there is a motion and there is a second.
Quick comment while you fix your lights there, because
Sure, go ahead.
I want Kevin to understand. Every time, so when I drive from Ward 6 out to the east side, out to Wards 2 and 4, I feel like I'm in a different country, and it is country. And every time we do one of these, I feel the same way that you do, is that that's some of the last open space we've got in this region. And while I get impact fees and we've got a housing shortage and I get all that, I understand all that. Every time I drive out to visit my daughter in Vail, I'm driving past all these new housing projects going up, and I'm thinking, oh my God, another one and another one. And I voted against a rezoning of a pad out on the east side one time. It was like 2,000 acres or something like that. It's probably got the number wrong. But it was on state land. It was for exactly this reason, is that at some point, and enough is enough. But earlier today, we talked about the housing shortage and the supply demand issue. So it's really a tough issue. So I respect Kevin's position on this. We did the public hearing. I listened to the zoning examiner meeting when they had it, and the neighbors were making some really valid points, and Paul has really navigated that, the concerns they had well. But I am sympathetic to what Kevin's saying, that, at some point, we've got, they're not making any more land. And, these are tough calls, especially in, when we're also talking about climate issues and resiliency and all that. So anyway, I just wanted to let you know, I respect your position on it. And also respect the work that Paul's done on this project.
Yeah. Alrighty, so any further discussion on this issue? Hearing none, let's go to roll call.
Mr. Cunningham?
Aye.
Mrs. Lee?
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek?
Aye.
Ms. Santa Cruz?
Aye.
Mayor Romero,
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
Mr. Dahl.
Nay, thank you.
Alrighty, ordinance number 11896 passes by a vote of 6-1. Item 9.
City Magistrate, reappointment of City Magistrate and fixing compensation, ordinance number 11895.
City Manager's communication number 388 dated December 21st is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11895 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11895, City Magistrates, reappointing Jeffrey A. Klotz to another 4-year term as City Magistrate of the City of Tucson, fixing compensation and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Your Honor, I move that we appoint Mr. Klotz back to the bench. Congratulations, Judge.
I'll second that, Madam Mayor.
There is a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Hearing none. Let's go to roll call.
Mr. Dahl,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham,
Aye.
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Aye.
Nick Santa Cruz,
Aye.
Mayor Romero,
Aye.
Mrs. Lee.
Aye.
Ordinance 11895 passes by a vote of 7-0. Congratulations, Mr. Klotz. We welcome you back to the City of Tucson. Item 10.
City Administration approving the appointment of Chad Kasmar as the Chief of Police, ordinance number 11897.
City Manager's communication number 390 dated December 21st is received into and made part of the record. Mr. Clerk, you are requested to read ordinance 11895 by number and title only.
Ordinance number 11897, the Tucson Police Department approving the appointment of Chad Kasmar as the City of Tucson Chief of Police, fixing compensation and other terms and conditions of employment, and declaring an emergency.
What is the council's pleasure?
Madam Mayor, I move to adopt ordinance number 11897.
Second.
Welcome,
There is
Chad.
There's a motion and a second. Any further discussion? Well, welcome aboard and congratulations. We're very happy to have you as our incoming police chief, Chad. Looking forward to working with you and the community as well as Tucson police officers. Congratulations. I'm very, very happy to welcome you as our new chief.
Haven't voted, it could still fail 5-2 here.
Alrighty, so if there's no further discussion, let's go to roll call.
Mrs. Lee,
Aye.
Mr. Kozaczek,
Yes. Yes.
Nick Santa Cruz,
Yes.
Mr. Fimbres,
Aye. Welcome aboard,
Mayor
Chad.
Romero, Mayor
Aye.
Romero,
Aye.
Mr. Dahl,
Aye.
Mr. Cunningham.
Aye.
Ordinance 11897 passes with a vote of 7-0. Congratulations. Welcome aboard. Thank you. Item 11.
Adjournment.
Oh my God.
I love it. Perfect.
Unbelievable.
We couldn't help it. Couldn't help. We wanted to show support for Chad. We're excited about having him as part of the team. We wanted to show him that we're excited about it.
Looks like the mics are very excited about our new chief. Thank you so much. Really appreciate it.
Is that
Item
Magnus looking over his shoulder or what?
Oh, Lord.
You better
Item
get up
11.
Adjournment.
Council will stand adjourned. The next regularly scheduled meeting will be on Tuesday, January 11th, 2022, on or after 5:30 p.m. Congratulations, Chad, and happy holidays, everyone. Take care. Thank you.